All right, good morning, Democrats. We're having some technical difficulties. You know, it is 2021, so that will happen. I am not Ben Seinfeld. I am Rusty Hicks. And with that, we'll hereby reconvene this meeting of the general session of the November 2021 regular meeting of the Executive Board of the California Democratic Party. We certainly want to welcome each and every one of you who have joined us this morning, our executive board members here in the room, as well as those that are watching the live stream. If Emma is available, I would ask that she walk us through for just a few quick minutes the voting procedures before we move directly into the business of the day. Emma?
Yes. Hi. Thank you, everybody. Beautiful Democrats. Thank you. Okay, so I'm just going to go through the voting procedures for today. Once a vote is called by the presiding officer, a poll will pop up on your Zoom screen. You'll select the bubble for yay or nay in the poll window, and executive board delegates will have 1 minute to select their choice and submit their vote. After 1 minute, the poll will automatically disappear. So don't forget to select submit to cast your vote. If the poll window is closed before you cast your vote, you may reopen the poll window by clicking polls at the bottom of your screen. While the poll is active, the poll will be active for about 1 minute. 1 minute, the poll will be active. So if it disappears, go to the bottom of your screen, select polls, and you'll see it again. And then just as a friendly reminder to everyone, phone access voting. So once the vote is called by the presiding officer, a poll for Zoom voters will be launched for 1 minute, but the phone access voters will not participate in the poll vote. The presiding officer will call for the phone access voters to cast a yay vote first. So the phone access voters will cast a yay vote, and then they'll do that by pressing *9 on their phone to raise their hand in the Zoom meeting. So the phone access voters will have about 30 seconds to press *9, which will raise their hand to cast their vote. The presiding officer calls for the phone access voters to cast a nay vote. So we'll put all of the *9 yay votes down, and then the presiding officer will call for the phone access voter to cast a nay vote. The phone access voters will cast a nay vote by pressing *9 on their phone to raise their hand in the Zoom meeting. And then the phone access voters will have about 30 seconds to cast the vote. So staff will tally the phone access votes and add them to the poll results. So we'll have everybody please wait patiently as we tally the votes, and then the vote results will be announced by the presiding officers. And that's it. Simple.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Emma, for that, walking us through our voting procedures for this morning. I want to first go to our credentials report. As I mentioned in yesterday's general session, we had the opportunity to receive the credentials report, but did not formally vote on the credentials report. As you may have remembered, there are 366 registered delegates. 92% of the body is registered for this meeting. I'll now take a motion to adopt the credentials report, and I'll call on Ms. Laura Mendy for a motion.
You. Thank you. I'm unmuted. So I move the adoption of the credentials report as presented. 366 delegates registered. That's 92% of the total e-board, and we have a quorum.
All right, thank you. Do I have a second? Looks like I have Stephen Alari or Igor Tragab. I think we have a second, a third, a fourth to accept the credentials report. That's great to see. Thanks so much. With that, we have a motion to accept the credentials report as presented. Do we have any discussion? Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed directly to a vote. The motion before the body is to accept the credentials report as presented. If you support adopting the credentials report, vote yes. If you oppose accepting the credentials report, vote no. Again, the motion before the body is to accept the credentials report as presented. I'll now ask the staff to open up the poll for 60 seconds. All right, the poll is now closed. We'll now take the votes of those that are participating by phone. Staff will lower all the hands. We'll first take the yes votes, and then we will take the no votes. Motion before the body is to adopt the credentials report as presented. For those who are on phone and voting by phone and plan to vote yes, please raise your hand now. All right. Do we have those votes? Total of?
Correct. We have one phone voter.
We have one phone voter. Okay. We'll lower all the hands at this point. All those on the phone who wish to vote no on adopting the credentials report, please raise your hand.
We have no one voting nay.
We have no one voting no on the phone, I think is what so.
Correct.
All right, so with a total of 186 votes in favor and 2 votes against, the credentials report is adopted. Thanks, everyone. And yes, I apologize for the multiple repeating of the motion, but I want to be sure that everyone is clear about what we are doing at any one particular time. All right, with that, to ensure a properly and orderly and timely meeting, we've historically considered a series of meeting rules and guidelines at the beginning of each executive board meeting. I'll now recognize our party's parliamentarian, Kobe King, to walk through the proposed meeting rules and guidelines for today's meeting. Kobe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Democrats. As the chair mentioned, our first order of business after adopting the credentials report is to adopt the rules for debate. The rules for debate are essentially the same as they have been for all of our virtual meetings and designed to replicate the way we do things in person. And these limits on debate have been in place for many years and will allow us to debate issues and proceed through our business in an orderly fashion. I will describe the rules and then ask for a motion and second to adopt. We will then vote on the motion as I described. So to be acknowledged by the presiding officer, if you want to be acknowledged, please use the raise hand function or send a message directly to the presiding officer. Messages to the presiding officer are only to ask for a point of information or a point of order. Motions messaged to the presiding officer will not be recognized. You may also raise your hand. Note that raising your hand means you'll have to wait for anyone else who is listed before you speak. During motions and votes, the presiding officer will only be able to recognize points of order and points of information from people that send messages to the presiding officer. If the presiding officer is able to see the raise hand function, we will use that as well. Anyone that is acknowledged by the chair will be limited to 1 minute to speak. After 1 minute, staff or the presiding officer will ask them to finish their sentence. In terms of motions and discussion, a motion that requires debate will have the following procedures. The presiding officer will first ask for 3 speakers in support and then for 3 speakers in opposition. Staff will assist in identifying the 3 speakers for each side of the motion. I will say generally we take the maker of the motion to be the first of the 3 speakers in support. Now, what we actually do in practice is we'll take the first 4 or 5 of each in case there are technical difficulties on the part of the speakers, but only 3 will speak on each side of the motion. Speakers will then be called on in alternating order between speakers in favor and speakers in opposition. The presiding officer will give each speaker the opportunity to speak for 1 minute. After 1 minute, as I said earlier, staff or the presiding officer will ask them to finish their sentence. In the case, that happens occasionally, that someone starts speaking differently than the way they were identified, they will be muted and the presiding officer will ask staff for another name of someone who rose their hand to speak in whoever's turn it is. At the conclusion of the speakers, up to 6, 3 in favor and 3 against, the presiding officer will begin the voting. Emma has already covered how to vote, and we just did that on the credentials report. So that is how they will be done. Is there a motion to adopt these rules? I recognize Steve Valari. We can unmute Steve. Steve, I think.
Yes, I move to adopt the meeting rules.
Okay. Is there a second? I see many, many hands. I'll take that will, at least one of those intends to second the motion. So the motion to adopt the rules for debate is moved and seconded. And again, the rules are as I just described. Is there anyone seeking to be recognized for the purpose of discussion on this item? Okay, I don't see anyone's up. I don't see anyone. Mr. Falco, are you? If you could nod, are you? Do you want to discuss? Okay, let's unmute Mr. Falco.
Thank you, Kobe. In our special meeting on October 24th, there was a confusion, which is you started the meeting as you're presiding on the meeting, then Chair Hicks, he presided on the meeting. So can you identify who will be the presiding officer for this meeting. So this way we know where we direct our notifications.
That's a good question, Mr. Alfalco. The answer, and it may not be entirely satisfactory, but the reason we use the phrase presiding officer instead of the chair is that while the chair is running the meeting for the most part, at this moment, for instance, I am the presiding officer. As we have other committee reports that will come before us, the presiding officer may change from one person to another. And so in that case, the person you ought to be messaging is the person who is acting as the presiding officer during that part of the agenda. So in this case, it would be me. Later on, it may be Rusty. Later on, it may be Aggie Kessler during resolutions and her co-chair. So, and that's the reason we use the presiding officer. So you should direct your points of information and requests to speak, et cetera, to whoever is acting as the presiding officer at that time. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
Okay, anyone else seeking to be recognized before we vote? Seeing no one, let's move to see Lauren Beer. Let's unmute Lauren and
I just wanted to clarify, the presiding officer is marked with 2 stars before their name. So if the stars change, the presiding officer changes, or no?
No. It's the presiding officer, again, as I said a moment ago, is whoever is acting as the presiding officer. Right now, it's me. I'm running this portion of the meeting. So is whoever is running that portion of the meeting is acting as the presiding officer. The 2 asterisks have nothing to do with that.
Okay, so it's whoever's image is pinned. All right.
Yep. Okay. All right, great. See Mr. Shaheda seeking to be recognized. You're unmuted, Mr. Shaheda.
Okay. Yeah, just a procedural question. I wasn't able to access the poll when it was sent to me earlier. I'm not worried about the past poll, but I'm just concerned that I won't be able to vote when the other items come.
Did you update your Zoom? That is probably what you need to do.
I did update my Zoom. Yes, it's updated. I updated it 1 day ago or 2 days ago. Is that sufficient?
I mean, I would think it should be. I will have to tell you, Mr. Shaheda, that's a technical question. That's beyond my pay grade. I don't know.
Emma or anyone can answer why I didn't receive the poll, or is there a way to ask me for my vote since I don't have the poll available?
You can do *9 if you'd like.
On the computer? This is a computer, so how could I do *9?
You'll have to call in.
Okay.
Mr. Shaheda, I would say it appears that unless others identify themselves as not having access to the poll, that this is something that is particular to your situation. So if it doesn't get resolved, I would suggest maybe you try to update your Zoom again and then log back in, because or call in. I think those are probably the main options. Okay, let's move on to Dorothy Reek. Dorothy, you may have to unmute yourself.
I would
There
just
you go.
wanted to suggest that during the debate, that instead of having 3 for and then 3 against, we alternate for and against.
That is the rule.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez.
I'd like to call the question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. The question has been called. Is there a second? Is there a second? I see a second to close debate. we'll move immediately to a vote on closing the question. It requires a 2/3 vote to end debate. So with that, let us open the poll. The motion is to close debate on the motion to establish rules of debate. A yes vote is to close debate and move to the main motion, and no vote is to not close debate. So let's launch that poll. Okay, please vote yes or no on the motion to call the question. Okay, we'll leave it up for the time that Emma mentioned. Then we'll take it down and we'll take the phone votes.
Mr. Presiding Officer, do you want to call for those on the phone?
Let's do that. All right. Those on the phone, if you are in favor of closing debate on the motion to adopt the meeting rules, please press *9 at this time. Give folks a few seconds for that. Okay, let's lower all hands.
And that was 2 for yay.
Okay, thank you. And anyone who is joining by phone, if you're against the motion to close debate on the motion to adopt the rules, please press *9 at this time.
There are 0 votes.
All right, so the vote is 199 to adopt the motion to close debate against 9. So the motion carries. We will now move to the motion to adopt the meeting rules as previously described, and staff is able to get that up on the screen. We'll take that vote as well. There we go. Okay. Again, a yes vote is to adopt the meeting rules and guidelines as described. A no vote is to not adopt those rules. We'll give a little while longer for people to vote. Okay, at this time, let's lower all hands and take the votes of those who are joining by phone. If you are in favor of the motion to adopt.
Mr. Presiding Officer, they have 60 seconds to complete.
Oh, then let's wait the full 60 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 25 seconds left on the 60 seconds. Okay, that's 60 seconds on my watch. So now let's take the phone votes. All those in favor, those who are joining by phone, if you're in favor of adopting the motion to adopt the meeting rules and guidelines, please press *9 at this time.
There's 1 phone vote
Okay.
to adopt the meeting rules as described.
Okay, let's.
There are two.
Two. All right, let's now lower those hands. And if you would like to vote against the motion to adopt the rules, please press *9 at this time if you're joining by phone.
There are 0 votes.
Okay, so the vote is 198 in favor of the motion, against 3 against the motion. The motion is adopted. The meeting rules are adopted, and I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Chair.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. We will now move into our reports of standing committees. We'll start with our Rules Committee. So I'll recognize our lead co-chairs of the Rules Committee, lead co-chair Valeria Hernandez and Kobe King. Before we do that, let me, I have Mr. Shahada who has raised his hand. So let's unmute him and see if we can answer his question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Was the agenda adopted?
The agenda was publicized 10 days before in line with the bylaws and therefore is binding on the body. All right.
So no.
Thank you. With that, we'll turn it over to our rules lead co-chairs.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Democrats. This is the Rules Committee report. The Rules Committee met yesterday for almost 4 hours. The committee was called to order at 4:34 p.m. A roll call established a quorum with 23 members present. 3 members joined the meeting in progress. We adopted the agenda with an amendment to add an item discussed under item 6C of this report. We then moved to review bylaw amendments that are now before the executive board, and to process these amendments, I would like to now turn this portion of the meeting to Valeria Hernandez.
Thank you, Kobe. Good morning, Democrats, and thank you to everyone who joined us at the Rules Committee on Friday. I'll walk you through the first amendment. It's on page 2 of your packet, item 3A. And that amendment is very straightforward. If you recall, there was a change in the committee structure. We no longer have the Organizational Development Committee. And when we did the whole overhaul with the bylaws, with the help of Mr. Gary Shea, we missed a reference to the Organizational Development Committee in Article 10 of the bylaw. So simply clean up language. I do see a hand raised. Mr. Alari? You could unmute him, please.
Yes, I move adoption.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Mr. Tregub? I'm assuming that's a second? No, it's not a second. Ms. Bowler, can I get a second first and then we can go to debate? Ms. Bowler, I'm assuming you are attempting a second?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, can we lower our hands, please? And I will go back to recognizing Mr. Tregub. Mr. Tregub, if you could raise your, thank you. There you are.
Thank you so much, Madam Presiding Officer. I just have a question. It's on page 2.
Started it yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can.
Wow.
Ms. Bowler, you are unmuted. Thank you.
I will ask my question following the report. Thank you.
This is not the relevant item. Okay, so do I have any debate or questions on this item? Seeing no debate, we will move to a vote. If I could get the assistance of staff to open up poll voting. And again, we are voting on item 3A to adopt the cleanup amendment and simply striking organizational development and reassigning the ability to charter to rules. So as soon as staff is ready, you guys will have a poll vote, then we will move to phone voting. Just takes a second here. Okay. If staff could let me know when the time is up, please.
Will do.
Thank you.
Okay, we have reached the minute for the poll voting.
Thank you. So now we will go to phone voting. For those of you on the phone, if you would like to vote in favor of adopting item 3A, please vote now. And is it *9 or *6, Emma?
It is *9 in favor.
Again, *9 if you are in favor of adopting item 3A on the report. Okay, I see 2 votes.
Yes, 2 votes in favor.
Thank you. So now if you're opposed to adopting item 3A, please dial *9. Again, for those of you on the phone, if you are opposed to adopting item 3A on the report, please dial *9.
There are no votes.
Okay, can you give us a total, please?
Madam Presiding Officer, it is 205 yes and 4 no.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. That amendment has been adopted. Now, moving on to, again, on page 2 of your report, items 3B, C, D, and E. I'd like to take them up as a package. They're very simple and straightforward. If you recall, the redistricting maps have been delayed, and it's let me do the introduction first before you raise your hands, and then we'll get to that. So the Trump administration messed up many things, including the census. If you remember, census data came to us very late, and as a result, the redistricting final maps won't be given to us until, I believe, December 27th. That's the date that they're legally required to be provided to the Secretary of State. So due to that delay, the way our bylaws are currently written and the expected date for the maps to arrive, we would not be allowed to do endorsements. So this is a very simple change in items B, D, and E, which strike 60 days and replace it with 45 to allow for our endorsement window. So our endorsement window would no longer be 45 to 90 days. It would actually be 60 to 90 days. And I'd like to clarify on item E on your agenda, if you look at the very bottom, the second to the last line, 60 right in front of 45, 60 and then the 60 spelled out and the 60 in parentheses should be stricken out. That was a technical error on our end. So if you look on item E, second to the last line where it says 60 and then 60 in parentheses, that should be stricken out and it should be 45. Okay. And then item B, it's very technical in nature. That one just clarifies the triggering date because the way it's written, it's a little bit confusing. So this just spells out that once the final maps have been published by the California Citizens Redistricting Commission, that's when our endorsement period starts. So I have a hand raised by Mr. Alari. We could unmute him, please.
Yes, I move adoption.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Mr. Urshega, you're seconding? Thank you. Okay, can we lower all hands, please? So, Mr. Tregub, I'm assuming you have a question? Mr. Ochoa?
Thank you. Yes, I have a question about the change in subsection C, where it talks about the final maps have been published by the California Citizens Redistricting Commission. Specifically, my question is about the word within. As I understand it, this is really intended to say that the convention must take place no less than 45 days after the publishing of the maps. But by saying within 45 days, it would actually mean that the convention would have to take place in less than 45 days from the publishing of the map. So I guess the question is, am I interpreting that correctly? And if it's intended to be within the 45 days, I would move that we amend that to be no less than 45 days. I guess it's a parliamentary inquiry. And then
Valeria, if you'd like me to answer that, I can.
Okay.
Mr. Ochoa, that's it's a good question, actually. When we were examining the language, if you'll notice, the previous language said redistricting has been implemented within 90 days. And so I think our view was everyone understood that to be this, as you suggest, outside that 90-day window. And so we could have changed the language, and I would actually not be opposed to changing the language to no less than 90 days. But I think the idea was that this bylaw had been in place for a long time with that word within. And so we weren't going to change that because we didn't want anyone to think we were changing the meaning of that. But yes, you are correct. The intent is that that it had to be finalized outside whatever window, whether it's 90 days or 45 days.
Yeah, then I would like to move to change that for clarity. I get that that's not the portion that's being changed, or probably a pre-existing error in the bylaws, to change it so that it would say, strike the word within and change it to no less than.
I have no objection to that. So let's, Valeria, I'll let you process that.
Thank you, Mr. Ochoa. So at this point, so we have a motion from Mr. Ochoa. Can we lower all hands, please? Do we have a second? Mr. Shahada, I'm assuming you're attempting a second. I will take the hands raised as a second. So staff, if we could do a poll vote to strike the word within in item 3C of the bylaw. So on your report, item 3C, if we can strike the word within and replace with no less than. So it'll just take a second for them to insert that into the poll and queue up the poll. So just bear with us for a second.
Actually, Mr. Ochoa, if you're okay, I would also strike the word of and replace that with before.
So it would be no less than 45 days before. Yeah, I'm amenable to that. Thank you.
All right, let's just do that.
Okay, so just to clarify for everyone, on item 3C of the agenda, we are going to strike the word within, replace it with no less than 45 days of, and we're going to strike the word of and replace that with before. So when staff's ready, we're going to get a poll. All of those in favor of making that technical amendment, you can vote aye. If you are opposed, you can go ahead and vote nay. So just give us a second for the poll.
Madam Presiding Officer, discussion. Do you want to check to see if there is any discussion on this?
Mr. Zaxon, is there any discussion? If we could unmute Mr. Zaxon, please.
Unmuting you, Mr. Zaxon.
Thank you.
as I understand the way this is worded, it says that we will not endorse unless the final maps have been published. So what we're really saying is at least 45 days, and that's what the not more than 45 days before the convention. Is that correct?
Mr. King, you look like you want to say something.
Mr. Zaxton is correct in his interpretation. Yes, I would unmute Mr. Ochoa as well, just to see if he agrees with that. But yes, I think Mr. Zaxton is correct. Shall not endorse. Well, endorse. Yeah, but it says shall not endorse unless.
Right. The word unless
it's
changes
within.
it.
Yeah.
Because
what do you think,
the word
Mr.
unless
Zaxton?
is there, as currently written, it would have to be unless the convention is inside the 45 days. And the intent is to say it's unless the convention is more than 45 days, outside the 45 days.
The intention is for it to be unless the convention is at least 45 days after the publication of the maps.
Correct. So that the endorsement vote would have to be outside the 45 days of the publication of the maps. My understanding is that that's been the practice with the 90-day.
Right. So it seems to me that the more correct way to say this is that unless the maps have been published at least 90 days before. I'm sorry, at least 45 days before. I believe that's what Mr. Ochoa was trying to say.
I guess the question is it
at least or no later, no less than? I mean, I had said no less than. I think no less than and at least probably mean similar things.
I think at least and no less than are pretty much the same, are they not?
Right. So it's going to be no less than 45 days before. Is that what we're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. But that seems correct.
Okay with
Thank
that?
you.
Okay.
I have no objection to that. I just wanted to be sure we were clear.
Yeah. Make sure we didn't completely create a problem for ourselves. Agreed.
Okay. Now I will recognize Ms. Pelosi.
Thank you. Good morning. My question related to that. My assumption is we are doing this because the Trump administration delayed the census, which delayed the maps. And what we want to give is due process to any candidate to be able to seek the endorsement of the California Democratic Party on a level playing field with any other candidate. And so it might be a good idea to insert some language that explains that in plain English, so that a couple months from now, if there's a new candidate running for office who isn't attuned to the ways of the Rules Committee or the executive board of the party, and we're trying to send a public message about how you run for office and when you need to file, it might be a good idea to insert after you do unless or no less than do the 45 days in order to facilitate a pre-convention or in order to facilitate a potential endorsement by the California Democratic Party. So that would be my request, is to find a couple of words in there that describes the why of what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pelosi. The amendments we're taking up currently are technical in nature only, especially because they've already been through the full Rules Committee. And the reason I would recommend not doing that is because these amendments, the way that they've been written, are intended to live on in the bylaws. This is like a weird circumstance where I don't think anyone expected for this to happen. However, it happened. So we're just trying to make the bylaws live on in continuity, so we don't have to amend them every 10 years when something like this happens. It wasn't necessary to do that before. It's just the circumstance of what we've had to deal with. And Mr. King, would you like to add something?
I agree with you completely, Madam Co-Chair. I think at this point, we should see if anyone has any other questions about these amendments, and if not, if anyone is seeking to argue for or against these amendments, and if so, let's take those questions and line up those speakers, and if not, let's move to a vote.
Okay. I see a couple hands raised. Mr. Alfaka, do you have a question, or would you like to speak in support or opposition? We could unmute him, please. You're still muted, Mr. Alfaka.
Thank you for the recognition, Ms. Hernandez. As you know, this bylaws or these rules amendments.
Are you asking a question? We will move forward with debate, but do you have a question at this moment?
No, I want to speak against.
Okay, so if you could hang tight, I'm gonna see if Ji Young has a question. We're gonna take questions and then we'll move forward with debate. If we could unmute Ji Young.
Yeah, I'm actually going to move that instead of using before to replace of, that it's a prior to. That's the language that's used in 3B and 3E. It's just more like standard, kind of rule language.
That makes sense to me. If I could, Mr. I don't know what your thoughts are on this, but that does make sense to me. I do see it in 3B.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. And then Mr. Ochoa, since you made the original motion, are you okay with that? Oh no, actually, Mr. King, that was you, correct? That changed to before.
It's still Mr. Ochoa's motion, but
I'm good with it. Perfect.
Okay. And at this point, if we could lower Mr. Alfaka's hand, I know he wanted to speak in a position, but seeing no more debate, I'm sorry, let's go ahead and take folks who want to debate. So everyone wishing to speak in support of the motion, please raise your hand. Staff, if you could help me take down the names. If you would like to speak in support of this motion, please raise your hand. Okay, any others? So we have 3. Can I get another one in case someone has technical issues? Perfect. So keep your hands up. Staff will let me know when they're ready. Okay. Are you guys good to go so I can call those opposed?
Yes. I can call on the name. The first person in support was Stephen O'Larry.
But I have to take the speakers in opposition next, so I need the names. So if we could lower all the hands. Okay, now those, if we could lower hands, please. Okay, anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the motion, please raise your hands now. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition of the motion, please raise your hands. Okay, so seeing none, we will move forward with debate. Emma, if you could facilitate that, please.
Yes, so we're first starting with those in support. Is that correct?
We only have speakers in support. Correct.
The first was Stephen O'Larry. Stephen, I'm going to unmute you.
Stephen O'Leary, 57th AD. I urge a yes vote. Seeing no opposition, I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary.
Okay, next we have Mr. Richard Ochoa. I'm sorry, Ricardo or Ochoa. That's my fault. Sorry, Ricardo. There we go.
I will take Mr. O'Leary's lead and just urge you yes vote.
Thank you.
All right, next up, then we have Jane Wishon. Jane? Excuse me. Hi, Jane.
Okay, yeah, since there's no opposition, thank you. Thank you for bringing these amendments to all of us. And I obviously urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is the three we had in support.
Perfect. So now we will go to a vote. So all those in.
This is a vote, to be clear, this is a vote on the various amendments we've been making to 3C.
For item 3C on your packet, we are replacing the word within with no less than 45 days, and we're striking of and replacing that with prior to a duly noticed endorsing convention of its committee. Again, we are striking the word within, replacing it with no less than. So it should read no less than 45 days, strike out of, replace to with prior to a duly noticed endorsing convention of this committee. Okay, so staff will put out a poll vote in a second. And actually, I do see a hand raised by Ms. Fernandez. We could acknowledge her, please. Looks like it might have been a mistake. Okay. You should have the poll in front of you.
$45 more seconds.
Thank you.
Or less than 10 seconds. Okay, the minute is up.
Thank you, Emma. So poll voting is closed. We will now move to phone votes. All of those in favor of voting on item 3C to replace the word within with no less than and strike of and replace with prior to, please vote by dialing *9 on your phone.
Okay, we've got 2 phone votes added to the 210. Yay.
Thank you, Emma. So those voting in opposition, if we could lower their hands, please.
Will do.
Thank you. For those of you voting over the phone, if you are voting in opposition, please dial *9 at this time. Okay, seeing no opposition, we can go ahead and close voting.
Yes. Okay, so we have 210 yay on the poll, and then 2 plus 2 more, which will be a total of 212 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you, Emma. So now we will go back to items B, C, D, and E. Initially, I said I'd like to take them up as a package. Do I have a motion to accept all of these amendments? Mr. Chairgood, is that a motion? Awesome. And I see the hands. I see a second. Is there any, if we could lower hands? Okay. I don't see anyone wishing to be recognized or debate this item. We could go to a vote. So again, the vote would be to adopt items B, C, D, and E on page 2 of your report.
The minute is up for the poll voting.
Thank you, Emma. So for those of you on the phone, the motion was to adopt item B, C, D, and E. If you are voting in support, please go ahead and dial *9.
Okay, we have 2.
Thank you. You could lower their hands, please.
Will do.
Okay, so for those of you wanting to vote in opposition to this motion, you can dial *9 at this time. Again, if you would like to vote in opposition to the motion, you can dial *9 at this time. Seeing no opposition, voting is closed. You could let us know what the results were.
So we had 205 on the poll plus 2 more phone, 207 in support, excuse me, and then 1 opposed.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Emma. Okay, now moving on to item 4A on the report. The subcommittee on caucuses found the subcommittee on the caucuses produced a report to the Rules Committee, which found that the CLC violated the one voice rule contained in Article 8 of the bylaws, which indicated support and approval of a candidate who had not officially been endorsed by the California Democratic Party. The rules adopted the recommended remedies. The first one, the Chicano Latino Caucus shall provide the lead co-chairs of the Rules Committee and the chair and vice chair of the Rules Committee Rules Committee Subcommittee on Caucuses a report 30 days after the November 2021 Executive Board meeting of the steps taken to fulfill the obligations in Section 7A. And those requirements are just to fortify its prohibitions on any show of support for any candidate not in accordance with the bylaws. And then until compliance with Section 7A of this report is verified in writing by the Rules Committee, the Chicano Latino Caucus shall be converted back to provisional. And essentially, we did get an email from the Chicano Latino Caucus ahead of their caucus meeting, indicating that they were gonna adopt a standing rule. We have not received verification that it has happened, but we anticipate that will come soon. So it looks like they're on their way to comply with the remedies set forth here in this report. Also, the subcommittee on caucuses did note the receipt of a report of a possible violation of the CDP bylaws by the Disabilities Caucus, and they are working to address that. Now I will hand this one doesn't require any action, so I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Mr. King, to finish the rest of the Rules Committee report.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. All right, let's move on to item 4B of the report, and I'll take us through the rest of the report. So as you'll see in the floor report, we heard from Kathy Bowler regarding some of the implications of the decennial redistricting on the endorsement process. And I want to spend just a little bit of time talking about this because it's something that we discussed internally quite a bit among rules members, and Kathy spent a little bit of time yesterday talking about this as well, but I want to make sure that everybody understands what the implications are of some changes that we made to the bylaws since the last redistricting, reapportionment rather. Both of them, both the redistricting and the reapportionment. So the bottom line is, as just about everybody I think on this call knows, we now have 2 classes of delegates among the appointees. And the 2 classes are those who live within the district that their appointor represents and those who do not. And to make a fairly complicated subject relatively simple, the bottom line is that the class of those who live within the same district that their legislator represents are allowed to vote on local endorsement processes and a variety of other actions where those who do not live those who are known as out-of-district appointments, do not vote on those local endorsing procedures. Because of redistricting, and we didn't anticipate this when these amendments were adopted back in 2014, because of this, we have a situation now where you have districts that people represent, and let's picture, if you will, all their appointments are within the district that they represent, and so they can vote on all local endorsing procedures. However, due to the new lines, they may be representing a district that is, or they probably will be representing a district that is at least in some respect different from the district they currently represent. So the question becomes, can those appointees vote for a, can those appointees vote if they live within the district the legislator currently represents or member of Congress, but they live outside the district that the legislator or member of Congress is seeking to represent? And we determine what they're seeking to represent by where their residence is. And so the bottom line is that we did identify an issue where you know, an appointee could live within the district, but they could not be able to vote on their appointer's own endorsement process because they live outside the new district. So the bottom line is, and I know this is a little confusing, and I want to spend a ton of time on it, and the staff will be detailing in a memo in coming days and weeks exactly how all this works. But I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of this issue and to know that the Rules Committee was aware of this issue. That currently under the bylaws, in that situation, if a legislator or a member of Congress wanted all of their appointees to be able to vote in their own endorsing process, they would have to be in an overlap, the overlap, if any, between the district they currently represent and the district they are seeking to represent. So just wanted to be aware of that. The deadline to make appointments is January 18th. And so once the new lines are finalized, those who are representing legislative or congressional districts will have the opportunity to make changes to those appointments if they want to make sure that all their appointments live in that overlap area. I'll say one more thing on this, and then we'll take questions if we have any. And that is that if, let's say that an appointee lives within the district that their legislator currently represents, but not in the overlap area, they will still be able to participate in all local endorsement processes for the districts in which they live because they qualify under the bylaws as an in-district appointment. The one they won't be able to vote on is for their own appointer because they don't live in that overlap area. And I know this can be very confusing, but we've had numerous people on the Rules Committee, staff, and the Credentials Committee take a look at the bylaws, and we're all in agreement that what I just said is true. So just want to make sure everyone is aware of this issue as we move forward in this very compressed redistricting process. As I think most people know, we're not even going to get the final maps until almost to the end of this year. So it's going to be a very compressed, fast process as we move toward our March convention. But I just want we all wanted people to be aware of this. So at this time, I will take a couple of questions. We'll start with Michelle Krug.
Michelle, I'm asking to unmute you. Michelle, you're still on mute.
Okay, you're unmuted, Michelle, as far as I can tell. Okay, let's move on, and we'll come back to Michelle. The next speaker I see seeking recognition. Again, this is just really for questions on this item, and if they're like super technical questions, I would really ask that we, well, people can ask questions at this point, but hopefully we've got the staff memo that will come out in coming days will probably answer most of these questions beyond what I just explained. So let's. Fatima Iqbal Zubair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. King. My question is, you talked about the appointed delegates, and that was very clear to me. How it would go. Does this also the same rules that you're saying? Does this also apply to all elected delegates as well?
This only applies to delegates who are appointed by from state legislative or congressional districts. So those are either elected officials who hold those seats or nominees as they are defined in our bylaws. They do not affect county committee appointments. They do not affect ADEM or ADEM delegates.
Sorry, I have a follow-up question then.
Okay.
So what is, and maybe this will be addressed later, but what happens to those elected delegates if they're not in the newly drawn, let's say they were elected to a certain district and they're not in the newly drawn lines now? How would they vote?
For all other delegates, they are able to vote in the districts in which they live.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
This is Michelle Crew. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Michelle. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know why it wouldn't let me unmute. My question is clarifying the definition of overlap district, because as we know in Congress, they don't even have to live in that district that they want to run for. So I'm a little confused about exactly, and in San Diego, it's very likely that people are going to be running for something that they don't live anywhere near, is not the same as the original district. And so therefore there wouldn't be any overlap between the old and the new. So I'm just trying to picture it in my mind. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. The easy answer, Michelle, is that in situations where there are no overlaps, and this is just the way the bylaws are currently written, there would be nobody that the member could appoint to vote in their own endorsing conference or their own endorsing process. If there's no overlap, then they're, I hate to say it this way, but they're out of luck. Tony Hale.
Thank you. So this is a bylaws change addressing it. Oh,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tony. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
So this language is addressing a transitional condition, correct?
The Rules Committee is not proposing any changes. The only reason I bring this up is to make people aware of the issue that exists under our current bylaws. We're not suggesting any changes.
So there is no change. This is just an explanation.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Mr. Monroe.
Hello. Yes, thank you, Kobe. I was at the Rules Committee meeting yesterday, and I recall someone, and I emailed you about this morning. I recall someone saying that a vote would be.
Mr. Monroe, I think I already addressed that in my email response to you.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. So, and this item, there's no action that anyone is taking on this item. Mr. Glazer.
Am I unmuted? Can you hear me?
You are. We can.
Great. Because some people are visual learners, including possibly legislators and members of Congress, and because this is really just a sequence of if then, series of conditions. If you or Ms. Bowler or following the staff memo would like to get me that precise chain, I would be happy to make a flow chart that could be distributed to people so that they could better understand the process in a in a more visual rather than bylaw technical way.
We appreciate that offer, Mr. Glazer, and your flow charts in the past have been very helpful, so I'm sure we will take you up on your offer. And Susan Pfeiffer, please.
Let me unmute. Yeah, this is just a quick thing. For some of us that may be slow learners, what you're just talking about, will that be sent out to all delegates via email later or closer to that process? Because there's a lot that's confusing this year about the new maps, and we may forget what we heard today.
I have no doubt that the party will publicize the implications of the new maps, especially once the new maps are actually finalized, including this issue. Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else seeking to be recognized in this item, so let's move on. The next item, just letting you know what the Rules Committee did is we created a new, I'm sorry, we received a, oh yes, I'm sorry, we received yesterday newly adopted procedures by the Standing Committee on Legislation, and in order to avoid a months-long delay in having those procedures ratified by the Rules Committee, we took immediate action to refer them to our subcommittee on standing committees. So we did that. I will note that that subcommittee is hoping to meet one or more times in January. Gary Shea is the subcommittee chair. We have a great deal of work to do on the various standing committees procedures. The next item is we then created a subcommittee on chartered organizations, which we previously had not had. And that subcommittee will be chaired by Nicole Fernandez, Vice Chair Anita Narayana, and members will be Glenn Glazer, Harris Mojadidi, Sarah Souza, and Gary Shea. Okay, we then moved on to proposed bylaw amendments. And so these, and I want to be very clear about this, we're not taking any action on this today. These are bylaw amendments that the Rules Committee processed and proposed and will be on the agenda for the next executive board meeting. And Mr. Monroe, I think this goes to your question. And when that, the next executive board meeting will be in the month of February. It'll be a special meeting called by the chair. And I believe the date has already been set. But whatever date that is in February, that is when these amendments will be before the executive board. So today is really more just informational. So we adopted basically two sets of new bylaw amendments. I'll quickly go through them. The first set is to allow the consolidation of the statewide ballot, which we normally do at endorsing conventions, and I think everyone is familiar with that process where you stand in line and you get a ballot and all of that. And we're going to consolidate that with the endorsing caucuses that take place at conventions. And again, some of you, probably not many of you, may be new to the way our endorsing process works, but there are pre-endorsing conferences that will occur in February, and depending on the results of that, there may be some races where we have endorsing caucuses at the convention. Due to trying to make adjustments to our convention due to the pandemic, we'll be proposing at our e-board in February to consolidate the ballot so that the ballot will contain both the statewide candidates that we'll be voting on for endorsement, and also, depending on a person's ballot, any endorsing caucus voting that might be necessary. And then secondly, the other amendment is to allow that consolidation as an electronic ballot. So there will be utilizing technology that we've used in the past to allow people to vote from their mobile phone or from their computer, or they can stand in line and vote and vote a ballot at the convention. So that will be coming before us in February at our special e-board. And then secondly, the Rules Committee debated at some length and then adopted a proposal to modify the requirements under which a special executive board meeting may be called by petition under Article 7, Section 4B2, so that the section would read as follows. Upon written request designating the time and place of such meeting submitted to the state chair, signed by, we're proposing striking 50 and changing that to 100 or more members of the executive board, and then adding the following sentence. However, if a statewide election, a meeting of this committee, which means convention, or an executive board meeting called pursuant to Section 4A or Section 4B1 of this article is already scheduled within 60 days before 30 days after the time referred to in the written request, then the request submitted under this clause must include among those signing at least 3 statewide officers. So this will be before the executive board in February as well. And then finally, under this item, we also referred to the subcommittee on standing committees a proposal by David Mandel to make the platform resolutions and legislative committee procedures consistent. Moving on to item 7, and we will we have before you the 2022 convention and platform rules. I do want to note, as the floor packet says, that these rules are adopted pursuant to Article 4, Section 4 of the CDP bylaws, which empowers the executive board to set the agenda for conventions. So the rules for the convention that start on page 4 of the packet and go to page 5 are very, very similar to previous endorsing conventions. A couple of things that I do want to point out. Rule 14 sets the rules for floor debate. Again, very, very similar to rules that we've adopted in almost every convention. And they're put into Rule 14 so that we don't have to go through that process at the convention itself. I will point out that the rules, by this rule, the rules on a particular motion, if people want extended debate on something, the rules could be suspended for that motion. Also, I want to draw your attention to Rule 15, and I'll read that. Attendees will be required to provide proof of COVID vaccination or negative test upon entrance to the, or negative COVID test, it should read, upon entrance to the convention. Additional requirements may be imposed by the venue or other governing state or local authorities and CADEM staff. So, so besides that, pretty similar, almost exactly the same as previous endorsing conventions. Rule 16 is also the rules governing the adoption of the platform. This also happens at endorsing conventions. And again, these rules are substantially similar to rules that we've used for previous platforms. Dates are changed, obviously, clarification here and there, but otherwise no substantive changes. And that's it on. So at this time, what I would like to do is take a motion to adopt the convention rules. All right, I see a variety of people with their hands raised, and let's unmute Mr. Atkins. For what purpose do you rise, Mr. Atkins?
Just actually, I'll withdraw that. I had a point of information about the prior item. Sorry, I had a point of information about the prior item, but I'll go ahead and withdraw that. Actually, I do have a point of information. Will the proposed bylaws amendments be under rediscussion by the Rules Committee, or are they set? I'm just looking to understand when, if there were, if one was to seek to amend one of them, the appropriate time would come up for that. Would that literally just be on the floor at the February e-board, or would this come up at Rules? Again?
It will come up at Rules as proposed amendments always do, but not for amendment. They are now, once we adopt this report today, they will be they'll be in the hands of the e-board. Now, as you know, Mr. Atkins, and I want to say this publicly, this has been the way we've always operated under Roberts. The kinds of amendments that would be in order on the floor of the e-board is limited. I think everyone understands this rule, or at least has heard of this rule before. We'll get to that in February if need be. But yes, if the Rules Committee practice has been that if we see technical amendments that we want to recommend to the e-board, we will sometimes do that. But in general, but after today, these amendments will be before the e-board for adoption on the floor in February. Okay, Mr. Laurie.
I move adoption.
Okay, is there a second to move adoption of the convention and platform rules? I see many hands, including some new ones. I'll assume we have a second. At this time, I'd ask all hands be lowered. Does anyone have any questions about this? These again, questions, not statements. Let's start with Suzanne Mintegi, and I can't see your full name, so I apologize for that.
Actually, I lowered my hand.
Okay, it still looks up to us. So let's move to Mr. Alfalca. Do you have a question, Mr. Alfalca, or for what reason do you rise? You're unmuted, Mr. Alfalca.
He just froze.
All right, let's move on. Mr. Atkins, your hand is still up. You want to seek to be recognized again? All right, please unmute Mr. Atkins.
Yeah, one more question. In terms of a technical change, if one was seeking to amend the number of days on one side or another, would that be considered a technical change or a substantive change in order?
Mr. Atkins,
do you understand my question? Like, that's the intent. You know,
well, I'm more than happy to have a side discussion with you about that.
All right. Thank you, Kobe. Appreciate it.
Okay, sure.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Again, we're on the convention and platform rules. Does anyone have any questions about this? And there is a motion to a motion to adopt. Mr. Glazer.
Yes, with respect to Rule 15, is it not the case that COVID is an acronym and therefore should be all capital letters properly? It is coronavirus disease. It's a sort of portmanteau acronym, COVID.
Yes, but I'm not sure that's really, I think we all understand what it means though. Okay. Again, we're on questions regarding the convention rules and platform rules. So, Mr. Fink.
Yes, I don't have a question. I'd like to make an amendment to Rule 15, if that is in order, to strike the words or negative test.
It is not in order at this time. We are only taking questions.
I'd like to be recognized when that is in order to make that amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have other questions regarding these rules? Shauna Inglesby.
I do have something, but I don't think it's in order. So at this point, I'll just call the question.
Well, a motion to call the question is actually not in order.
Okay.
We do have. I think what we'll do at this. Well, we've got a few more hands up. We'll see if there are any questions, and then we'll move to debate.
Then let me ask what my original question was. It might be just a technical change, but in the COVID rules where it says a negative test, I would just like to see if maybe we should put a time limit on that, like within 72 hours, so they don't bring a COVID test that's 3 months old. That was what I was going to mention.
I understood. I'll respond to that. As you'll see, it also we're able to adjust that Rule 15 because CADEM staff is mentioned as one of the bodies, one of the authorities to impose additional restrictions or additional requirements. So I think we're okay there. Ms. Shannon.
Hi, I would like to get clarification on how we get the form or collect the 300 signatures to amend the platform on the floor if that comes up. I know that in the past, people have said that it's been difficult to understand that process. Literally, if it was not for that process, we wouldn't even have a poverty elimination subplank in our platform. So I just want to make sure we're clarifying that the secretary provides that form electronically or some process by which someone can get that form. And if it's not a form, what is the requirement for the 300 signatures?
We'll ensure that that is the case, that it is clarified.
Thanks.
Mr. Falco, let's give you another try. Not yet. You are unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Two short questions. Number one, as you know, when we are meeting here virtually, we can enforce the quorum. But when we are meeting in person, how are you planning to enforce the quorum? Since on Sunday, a lot of people leave and we might have some guests among us, and you take the voice vote. And number two, this new amendments for the sets of bylaws, especially the one for calling a special meeting for the executive board, are they enforceable from now until the convention date? Because just in case we want to call special meeting for the executive board. Thank you.
Sure. I'll answer both your questions. As to quorum calls, they're always in order. And when we have close votes at convention, we do it by the raising of cards. Of course, we do take voice votes. And if there's no quorum call, we'll accept those voice votes. On close votes, we do it by the raising of cards, and the cards of a certain color are only issued to credentialed delegates. So that's how that works. As to your other question, there are no changes to that provision until the e-board adopts it, which will happen at the earliest in February. All right, two more questions. Eugene Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have two questions, and these are both regarding number 15. Question number 15. Number one, are these hard and fast? Once we approve them today, are they able to be modified or revised? And then question number two, will there be a virtual option for folks who do not feel comfortable attending in person? Thank you.
Good questions. The rule 15 would establish a floor. It could be made stronger, but my understanding is not less than what we're adopting today. I don't know the answer as to your second question, whether there'll be a virtual option. Actually, I do know. There'll be a live stream option, but I don't think there'll be participation options if we go to an in-person convention. If there's anyone among the officers or staff who wants to correct me on that, feel free, but I think it'll be in person plus live stream for those who want to watch. All right, last. Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Just to this point, as I mentioned yesterday, we are exploring alternative options for a hybrid model, be that those who can't or don't feel comfortable attending, or there is unfortunately a surge in the pandemic. That is not final. We are simply, the staff and the team is exploring what options there might be. So more to come on that front. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Last question, Michelle Krug.
Okay, this time I think it worked. Thank you. My question is, is there a reason perhaps that we would not be able to vote earlier than the 4 to 6 time periods if you're doing it electronically. I'm just wondering if it might not be that it was open, for the day electronically. And then if you wanted to vote in person, that you'd have to do it during those hours of 4 to 6. Thank
Ms.
you.
Krug, that's an excellent question. It's one I asked myself. The answer is that there's a strong feeling that we should not open the voting until the statewide speeches have taken place.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, at this time, the rules are before us. There's been a motion to adopt them. It's been seconded. The question now before us is there, actually, the question now before us is, are there speakers in favor and speakers against? And so at this time, please raise your hand if you seek to be recognized for the purposes of debate. And we'll take those in favor of the motion first. So please raise your hand if you want to speak in favor of the motion. All right, seeing no hands raised, are there any, Mr. Laurie? Yes, okay, now, who would like to speak against the motion to adopt the rules?
I'm sorry, Kobe, there were a handful of folks raising their hand to speak in favor.
All right, let's start all over again. Let's start from the beginning. Let's lower all the hands. Please don't raise your hand. Okay, those who would like to speak in favor of the motion to adopt, please raise your hand. I see Mr. Fink, Ms. Wishon, and Mr. Laurie. Okay, let's lower those hands. Those who want to speak against the motion to adopt these rules. Mr. Alfalca. Mr. Fields. And Ms. Gold. Mr. Fields looks like he lowered his hand. Mr. Fields, nope, that's back up. Mr. Fields and Ms. Goldman. Okay, let's, as we previously established, let's go in alternating order. Let's start with Mr. Fink.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the rules, but would like to move to amend Rule 15 to strike the words "or negative test." I believe that we have sufficient information and ability to get vaccinations, that all delegates should be vaccinated. It is a requirement county is throughout the state for meetings as the Democratic Party. We should set that higher standard. So I move to amend Rule 15 to strike the words "or negative test."
Is there a second for that? Everyone, please lower your hands at this time. We have our list of speakers. We're not taking any more speakers on the main motion. Please lower all hands. Is there a second for Mr. Fink's motion? I see that there is, his amendment. Okay. Let's take since Mr. Fink's already spoken on this, let's take two additional speakers in favor of the amendment. I see Ms. Atkins and Sasha Bittner. And, okay, let's lower hands. Are there any speakers against the amendment? Ms. Bittner, I think you were in favor or against. I see your hand is still up. Are you seeking? Okay. Ms. Bittner's hand is down. All right. So the three hands, or the first four hands I see up, are Glenda Barrias, Glenn Glazier, Will Rodriguez Kennedy, and Christine Pelosi, and Lauren Beer. Those are the first five. Okay, Mr. Fink, we'll give you 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To add to what I was saying, the only point I would add is I know that it seems perhaps mean to exclude. I'm not a doctor. so I don't have the medical capacity, but I know that the medical reasons for not getting a COVID vaccination is extremely rare. And there are medical reasons for delegates to get proxies at every convention, whether it's broken hips or other illness. Folks can send proxy when they're not able to attend. I believe that should be the standard in this case. When we have the vast majority of delegates who are able, willing, and ready to get that, we should not be jeopardizing the rest of the state at a critical time going into an election year. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. First opposed speaker. I didn't keep track. I hope staff did. I think it might have been Ms. Bittner.
It was Ayad.
No, I'm sorry. It was Glenda Barrios.
Glenda Barrios. Okay. Okay, Ms. Barrios, once you're unmuted, be recognized for 1 minute to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Kobe. Yes, so my issue here is that we cannot set the precedent of being inclusive and then alienate the very people that probably need our help the most, such as people who are severely immunocompromised and cannot get this. Telling them that they cannot participate because they can send someone in their stead is not the example we should be setting. Granted, I hope no one would take advantage of this and just get the COVID test just because they don't feel like getting the vaccine. But again, we still have people who want to be a part of this party. They're active in this party and they deserve to be able to attend our events, with the exception. We don't have medical staff to say who can and cannot qualify medically to get a vaccine. So this was the best option that we have to allow them the opportunity to attend and participate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker in favor of the motion to amend the rules by eliminating the words "or negative test."
Mr. Atkins.
Mr. Atkins.
It's Lynn Atkins.
Oh, Lynn Atkins. Sorry, I didn't think I had seen you, David. All right, Lynn Atkins. Once she's unmuted, she'll be recognized for 1 minute to speak in favor of the motion.
Yes, thank you. You have not specified the type of COVID test that is supposed to be taken. Many of the at-home tests can give false positives and false negatives. I would be really, really upset if the Democratic Party should create a super spreader event. That's something that I think we really must consider before we determine that we would rely on the results of a test to allow people to attend in person. Thank you.
Thank you. I thank you, Ms. Atkins. I appreciate that comment. I do want to point out that the party will be consulting with local health officials as to how we should proceed, and we and the rule as currently written allows or instructs us. It says additional requirements may be imposed by the venue or and other governing state or local authorities and CADEM staff, which could specify which kinds of COVID tests, negative tests, would be acceptable. So just pointing that out. Okay, next speaker against the amendment, Mr. I'm not sure. Is it Mr. Glazer?
Yes.
Okay. 1 minute, Mr. Glazer.
Thank you. As a member of the queer community, and wow, I happen to be wearing the right shirt today. I feel for my HIV positive brethren, siblings who would be excluded by this rule, not to mention other people with other medical conditions. The proxy idea is really bad and exclusive and not to who we are. And I would further add that I don't know what the prior speakers, government officials were referring to, but up here, at least in Santa Cruz County and Northern California, a COVID test is considered a perfectly acceptable alternative everywhere that I've been able to go, and that includes public buildings and so on. So I find the removal of this to be actually reprehensible.
Thank you, Mr. Glazer. All right, last speaker in favor of the amendment.
And that's where we have Sasha Bittner. Sasha. Here we go. Asking to unmute, Sasha. Sasha, I'm asking to unmute you.
And there I go. I'm sorry about that. I will just make this very quick. As an immunocompromised person, I will not be going to this convention in person if there is a vaccination mandate. We can talk about acceptance for people who are medically ineligible to get for a vaccine, but I think those are going to be very far and in between, and as an immunocompromised person, it is critical that we set ourselves to a higher standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bittner. And the final speaker.
That will be Will Rodriguez Kennedy. Will?
Right. So thank you for the recognition. So I actually support strengthening the rule as, but not the way that we're doing it. So it should not be. I don't believe it should be an either or. Recently, I just went on a trade cruise for Royal Caribbean, and one of the things and there's 1,000 people there, and what they did is they had a vaccine mandate and required testing within, I believe, 2 days of the event. And frankly, I think it should be not an either or, but a that and. So that is the way to not only prove that people have been vaccinated, but also it's a way to prove that people who are vaccinated are not then carrying the illness themselves. And therefore, I would like to amend the policy if it's possible when appropriate.
It is not. That's not an order at this time.
Very well.
Okay. All right, so we've had 3 speakers for, 3 speakers against. The amendment is now before us. If staff could put up a poll to take a vote on the amendment. Again, the amendment is to amend Rule 15 of the convention rules by eliminating the words "or negative test." A yes vote is to eliminate those words. A no vote is to not eliminate those words. And we have about 45 seconds to go on the electronic poll. Fifteen seconds. Okay, let's close the poll and let's move to votes by phone. If you are joining us by phone and you would like to vote for the amendment, please press *9 at this time.
That's one phone vote.
All right. If
For the
you're,
amendment.
thank you. If you're against the amendment, please, let's lower all hands. And if you're against the amendment and joining us by phone, please press *9.
There are no against.
Okay, so the votes as I see them is 92 in favor of the amendment, 113 against the amendment. The amendment fails. That puts us back to the main motion. We have, I believe, 3 speakers against the rules. So let's take, and we'll have 2 more speakers in favor of the rules. So let's take the first opposed from the previous list.
Yes, so our first is Khan, and that is Ayad. Ayad?
1 minute.
All right. Thank you, Mr. King. I rise to oppose section 5, point B, where it talks about including among those signing at least 3 state-wide officers.
Okay, I'm sorry. Where are you?
Okay, that's including my minute.
No. Yeah, we're not on that, and that's not amendable. We're on the convention rules and the platform rules. That's all we're on right now. So let's take the next. Do we have another con speaker behind Mr. Alfalca?
Yes, if you would like me to put Eugene in Mr. Alfalfa's place.
Let's do that.
Okay. Eugene? Asking to unmute you. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this, specifically because of the aforementioned line 15. I recently attended a 3-day conference with 700 people from around the world. There was a hard requirement to provide proof of vaccination, obviously, as well as masking. As a member of a marginalized minority, I feel like this is a litmus test of where our party stands. We are fighting to get folks vaccinated. We fought against an anti-vaxxer and Larry Elder, and for us not to set the standard and the example and to say, you know what, we want to make sure folks feel safe and they feel comfortable coming and doing business of the Democratic Party by making sure that everyone is vaccinated. I cannot support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Field. All right, second speaker in favor, please.
That is Stephen Alari. Just Stephen. Okay.
Stephen O'Leary, 57th AD. I urge a yes vote. The Rules Committee went over these rules. These rules are mainly the same rules we've used in the past. I think the addition of language we've added this year will serve us well, and I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alari. All right, second con vote, please. A con speaker.
That will be Naomi.
Goldman.
Yes, I'm sorry. Naomi? Asking to unmute you.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to address the group on the same item. I was opposed to this because of item 15 on the COVID-19 requirement, and echoing some of the prior comments. I was also hoping that we would set ourselves to a higher standard in terms of protocol related to COVID-19. Also here in Los Angeles, I have been asked at several large meetings recently, not only to show proof of full vaccination, but also a negative PCR test taken within the last 48 hours. That is becoming much more standard to give people a comfort level. Because again, I agree that we should be holding ourselves to a higher standard and not just going with the minimum requirements and language that we could adjust it later as needed. I'd like to start with a higher threshold, given what we're seeing about the outcry against anti-vaxxers and people opposing vaccine mandates. I would like us to see us hold ourselves to
That is
some
1
higher
minute.
standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldman. And the final pro speaker.
That's Jane Wishon.
Hi, I think that's me. Yeah. I urge that we vote yes on this. However, I do ask that staff look at adding requirements of the and proof of vaccination. I will say that anyone who is severely immune compromised, I would really hesitate to encourage them to attend a large meeting of this kind. I'm concerned about their health. But also I know that 0.5% of all people test negative even when they're positive. I know both my daughter, my granddaughter, and myself, we all tested negative even though clinically we had COVID. So I do think extra precautions are important, but I do urge that we go ahead and approve these now and encourage staff to make them more strict. Thank you.
Thank you. I see in the chat a couple of people have asked to be recognized for points of information and points of order. I'll start by recognizing Deanna Becker. Okay, this points of information are not an opportunity to make a long speech in favor or against the motion. Generally don't allow points of information unless you're asking for something. This is not to give information, this is to request information. Ms. Becker?
My apologies, then I was going to give information because this experiment has already taken place within the film industry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Rodriguez Kennedy, I understand you want to rise for a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, how does one seek recognition to make an amendment? Actually, more of a point of information.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Rodriguez, the way the rules work is that only among the 6 speakers, the 3 pro and the 3 con, that's where we have, that's where we take amendments. After the next speaker, we'll move immediately to a vote. That's the way we've been doing it.
Is that in the rules?
We take 3. That's the way we've always done it. We take 3 speakers pro. If someone wants to make an amendment at among those 3, they can. When you were seeking recognition, you were seeking to amend an amendment, and that's not allowable under Roberts.
Right, it would have been a substitute motion, but so this is a very important topic, and now I'm raising a point of order because I do not believe that's in the rules, and I also don't think it's within parliamentary procedure. So that is my point of order.
I appreciate it. Your point of order is overruled, and let's move to the last speaker.
There are no more speakers on the list.
Okay. We have the 6th and last speaker. Is there a con speaker on this?
Let's see. I believe we were at the last speaker, but we can lower all hands and figure out one more.
All right, well, because Mr. Alfaqua did not count because he was not speaking against the motion.
I see. So if you'd like to,
I thought maybe Christine Pelosi had her hand raised to speak against the motion.
Yeah. Go. Christine?
Thank you. Yes, I think that we should the reason that I oppose this motion is because I don't understand these rules putting in any sort of time as to when we would make a determination as to when we would have to go virtual. It says you're talking to county health officials, but if LA County declares an emergency in February, do we suddenly cancel everything? If they require more testing, the combination, which I have to do for Thanksgiving, proof of vaccination and a negative COVID test, at what point would you make that decision to people? I just don't think that these rules are as clear as they should be about when that information would be available to delegates so that we could get refunds on our money if we have prepaid in order to attend the convention. So for that reason, I oppose the rules in their current form and would hope to see more clarity about that consultation with health officials process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pelosi. I'd like to recognize Chair Rusty Hicks to make some additional comments on this item.
Thank you, Kobe. And let me just say to everyone here, I agree with the serious nature of this question and also recognize the sincerity and good faith of everybody making arguments on both sides of this issue. As I said yesterday, we have committed to pulling off an in-person convention, first time in 2 years, here in Los Angeles in March. I also said that how we do that will be informed by public health and the safety of every delegate, every observer, every staff person, every attendee. So these rules, which have been considered by the Rules Committee and come forward, in my view, in the parliamentarians' view, and I believe in the body's view, or I hope the body's view, give our executive director and the team the opportunity and the flexibility to create to put in place the necessary protocols to keep everyone safe and secure. For the past 2 years, this party, I as the chair, and the leadership team and the staff have bent over backwards, taking extraordinary measures to keep delegates and participants in our party safe and healthy. That commitment continues and is going to be in place here. So we are not putting full public safety, public health protocols into the convention rules. However, we are going to be in consultation with medical, science, public health professionals to ensure that we put the protocols in place for this event. I think it was said we don't want this event to become a super spreader event. I completely agree with that. I couldn't agree with that more. So you have my commitment. I believe you have the leadership of this party's commitment. I know you have the staff's commitment to follow the guidance and in coordination with public safety, public health professionals to put in place the protocols that keep everyone safe. These rules give us the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Will Rodriguez Kennedy seeks to be recognized to appeal my previous ruling on the opportunity to make amendments. Let's unmute Mr. Rodriguez Kennedy for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The parliamentary procedure does not allows for amendments, and my amendment is very simple: to require a vaccination and to require a negative PCR test within a few days. I appreciate the chair's assurances, but I spent 23 days in the hospital over COVID-19. Okay, so like this thing literally almost killed me, and I will not put in, and I think we should not put anyone within any concern of that ever happening to them. I request a small amendment, and it is within order. It is within the rules of procedure. And as a chair myself, I encourage the presiding officer to accept that amendment and that the body appeal this decision so that we can make this small amendment.
Mr. Rodriguez Kennedy, we've been doing virtual meetings now for 2 years. And during those 2 years, when we have had the exact same rules in place as we have today, we have always required that any amendments be offered by those among the 3 speakers pro and the 3 speakers con. You were not among those 6 speakers. That's why your amendment was ruled out of order. And so if you are appealing that, that's fine. We can process it, but it was not in order. Is Mr. Rodriguez Kennedy still unmuted? I'm going to give him a chance to respond.
I too have been conducting these meetings for over 2 years. I am the chair of the second largest county party in the state. And I do know that this is within order, and it is within order to make amendments. There is no rule that says otherwise, and therefore I appeal that decision.
Okay, the rule of the chair that Mr. Kennedy's attempt to amend being outside among the 6 speakers is appealed. And so we'll move immediately to a vote. A vote yes is to sustain the chair's ruling or the presiding officer's ruling that Mr. Kennedy Rodriguez's seeking to be recognized for the purposes of amendment was out of order. A no vote would be to overturn the ruling of the chair. So I think I've explained that. Let's put up a poll to appeal the ruling of the presiding officer. And again, a yes vote upholds the ruling that it was out of order, a no vote overturns it. Give us a second while staff formulates that. Okay, looks like we have about 30 seconds left. All right. Okay, let's move to phone votes. All those in favor of upholding, if you're joining by phone, all those in favor of upholding the ruling of the chair, please indicate by pressing *9.
So there's 1 in favor on the phone.
All right, let's lower that. And if you're against upholding the ruling of the chair, please press *9 now.
And then there is 1 against.
Okay. All right. So the final vote is 103 to uphold the ruling of chair to 113 against upholding the ruling of the chair. Mr. Kennedy, you are recognized for the purposes of making an amendment. We're waiting.
Thank you, sir. I move to amend the language so that it says and have a negative. So it's to have a vaccination, strike the language that gives the example or the exemption. Or a test, and I think you could just change it to and, I believe.
So Mr. Kennedy, let me ask you something. What's the substantive difference between that and just eliminating or negative test?
Because one is an example, it is an exemption, so you could get a vaccine or you could not, and you could have a negative test. If you say and,
I see. Okay. I understand your point. Okay, so basically, you're just changing the word or to and.
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's the amendment. Is there a second? I see many hands being raised. All right, so it's seconded. Let's lower all hands. And we'll take 3 speakers in favor of the amendment to change the word "or" to "and." I see Constantine Anthony, Christine Pelosi, and Richard Adler. Staff, I hope you're taking down these names. Oh, I'm sorry, Richard Adler's lowered his hand. Constantine Anthony, Christine Pelosi, Naomi Goldman, Linda Beer, Eugene Fields. Okay, let's lower all hands.
Okay.
And let's, hold on. Let's take 3 speakers against the amendment. Okay, Junior Goris, Deanna Becker, Lisa Maldonado, Diana Love, Michael Saunders. And again, we're only taking the first 3, but we take 5 names in case there are issues. Okay, let's move. We generally give the maker of the amendment the opportunity to speak for an additional minute. Mr. Rodriguez Kennedy, you want to take advantage of that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
You have the minute.
Thank you, sir. Again, my motion is to make it both so that you have a vaccination and a test. There is a lot of evidence that this is working. This is the new standard in corporate worlds. For example, in the corporate world, for example, if you're going on a cruise or you're going to a convention, it is very common to expect to not only have a negative test, but also a negative PCR test within a certain amount of days of the convention or the cruise. I just did this, and the cruise ship had 1,100 attendees, and all of them were vaccinated and had a negative test, and they provided texting on site, which I think the CDP should look at. So that it is a very quick thing to do. I was able to do it really quickly and for free. So I hope that we can adjust this, approve this amendment, and then I would hope that staff have some sort of option for on-site testing as well.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. First speaker against the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Junior Goris here from 89. I just want to say, first of all, I am not an anti-vaxxer. I am vaccinated. However, as a Democratic Party, we are the party of the people. We are not just the party of vaccinated people. We have to be inclusive, and that includes people that might have a medical condition that they cannot get vaccinated, and we should provide a reasonable accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, second pro speaker.
Constantine Anthony.
Thank you. Yes, as chair of the Disabilities Caucus, I support any efforts that we can do to make sure that we are all safe. Obviously, testing is not foolproof, but paired with a vaccine showing is helpful. So I support the and. However, I would like to ask the maker of the motion to add an amendment.
That's not I'm sorry, no, that's not in order. Sorry, Mr. Cotton.
Is it possible to ask an amend to that amendment?
No, not in order.
All right, I'm sorry, I was confused. I thought anyone who was pro or con speaker could add.
Not on an amendment.
I see. Okay, all right, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, next.
Diana left.
Okay, thank you. I would just like for us to keep in mind the consideration of people who may have spent their money on airlines and have purchased tickets that are not refundable. So if you even come to the convention and we have testing on site and you're positive, then you are stuck with the money. Also, the ability to get an appointment within 72 hours for disabled and those that have county facilities may not be appropriate and may not be able to get their testing done. So please keep that consideration in mind, the inconvenience that you're having for people who may not have the opportunity to get the testing done. Thank you.
Okay, and I think the final pro speaker.
Okay, that's Christine Pelosi.
Thank you. As a strong advocate for safety first, I think that we should have in our convention rules the highest standard. As I said before, this is the standard my family's using at Thanksgiving. I think it's really critically important that we send the message that we want to keep people safe and that we have free COVID testing on site, not only to get into the convention, but to get into the convention every day. I think it's really important that we put safety first and that we spend our money making sure our delegates are safe. Conventions aren't just a matter of voting a proxy. They're about convening, connecting, persuading, cajoling each other. And we can only do that if that we know that we are all safe. And again, I would thank Mr. Rodriguez Kennedy and urge everybody to support his amendment. Thank you.
Okay, the final con speaker.
Okay, we have Lisa. I believe it was Lisa Maldonado that you called on, correct?
That sounds right.
Okay. Lisa?
Great. I just had to unmute. Thank you. Yes, I am an ardent vaccination advocate. Obviously, I work for the Nurses Association. My only issue is with the cost and another financial obstacle. These conventions are already can be pricey, and I feel like for working class people, if you are vaccinated, fully vaccinated, and have your proof of that, that should be enough. You should not have to pay for a test. Now, if the amendment were explicit that it was free, I would have no problem voting for it. But given that I've seen these tests cost, anywhere from, $50 to $100, that's another, I think, obstacle for working class people, and I can't support that.
Okay, thank you. All right, the time for debate has ended. We will now move to a vote on the amendment. And again, the amendment is simply in Rule 15 to change the word or to and, such that it would read, attendees will be required to provide proof of COVID vaccination and negative test upon entrance to the convention. Additional requirements may be imposed by the venue and other governing state or local authorities and CADEM staff. So that is before us. A vote yes on this motion is to change the word or to and. A vote no is to reject the amendment and to move immediately to a vote on the main motion. And actually, to be clear, we'll move immediately to a vote on the main motion, regardless of the results of this. Okay, about 45 seconds. Fifteen seconds. Okay, let's move to the phone votes. All those among those who are joining by phone, if you're in favor of the motion, please press *9 at this time.
There are no phone votes.
Okay, if you're against the motion to change the word or to and, please indicate by pressing *9 at this time.
There are no phone votes against.
Okay, so the vote is 137 in favor of the motion to 80 against. The motion is adopted. The amendment is made. We'll now move to a vote on the main motion as amended, given that the time for speakers has elapsed, or the number of speakers the speakers list has been exhausted. All right, so please vote. 1 minute. Ten seconds. Okay, the time for voting has elapsed. Let's move to phone votes. All those joining by phone who want to vote in favor of the motion, please press *9.
There are no phone votes in favor.
Okay, anyone who wishes to vote against the motion by phone, please press *9 at this time.
We have one phone against.
Okay, so the final vote is 194 in favor of the motion to 20 against. The motion is adopted. These, as amended, these are the rules for the convention and the platform process. We're getting there. Next item is the convention tentative agenda. Again, that agenda starts at the bottom of page 7 and goes to page 8. Is there a motion to adopt the tentative agenda? Mr. Atkins, are you moving to adopt the tentative agenda? Nope, looks like his hand is down. Mr. O'Leary? Let's unmute Mr. O'Leary.
Stephen O'Leary, 57th AD, I move adoption.
All right, it's been moved. Is there a second? I see many hands raised. I'll take one of those as a second. All right, so it's been moved and seconded. We'll take 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers against. Let's lower all hands. Okay, we'll take 3 speakers in favor first. Okay, I see Mr. Swerdlow, Mr. O'Leary, Mr. Durfee. I see no other hands. Let's lower those hands. Let's take speakers against the motion to adopt the tentative agenda. Ms. Carter, Mr. Fink. All right, I see just those 2. All right, let's go to whoever was the first pro speaker.
That we have Lanny Swerdlow. And Lanny, I'm asking to unmute you. There we go. Lanny?
I really, I wanted to ask a question, and this seems to be the only way you can ask a question. But my question is, the agendas have always allowed caucuses to have meetings at the conventions, but chartered state organizations cannot. Now, at this particular convention, this e-board, For the first time ever, my state chartered organization I belong to, the Brownie Mary Democrats, was able to have an officially sanctioned meeting. Will state chartered organizations be able to have meetings along with caucuses at this upcoming planned state convention?
I do not know the answer to that. Perhaps there might be staff who might be able to answer that.
I can answer that, Kobe. Historically, we have allowed statewide charters if they express interest to do so. As I've told you before, Lanny, we have had the Armenian Caucus meet at executive board meeting. I'm sorry, the Armenian Club meet at executive board meetings. Of course, we have CYD meeting at executive board meetings.
This is convention, Emma. Convention.
Correct. I'm just making a point of clarification.
Gotcha.
No statewide charter, only those Federation and CYD and CDC have asked to meet at convention. So it is allowed if expressed.
All right.
Within the caucus times.
So there will be an opportunity for a statewide chartered organization to apply for and have a meeting during the convention, the same as caucuses can do.
Correct, within the caucus blocks of time. Right.
All right, thank you.
Okay, since that wasn't really a pro speaker, let's move to Mr. Alari.
Stephen Larry, 57th AD. This has gone through the Rules Committee. This is similar to agendas we've used in the past, and I would urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, first con speaker, Ms. Carter.
Thank you. Ruth Carter, AD 10, Chair of the Senior Caucus. And I would like to talk against the scheduling because all the committees are meeting at exactly the same time, which makes it challenging for people who want to attend a caucus, who want to go to a committee meeting and find themselves stuck and not being able to do it at the same time. That's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe we had one more pro speaker.
That's Jess Durfee. Excuse me.
Hi there. Hate to disappoint, but I am like Mr. Swerdlow. I wanted to actually do a parliamentary inquiry, but there doesn't seem to be a mechanism to be able to do that other than request the opportunity to speak. So my point of parliamentary inquiry to the presiding officer here, the parliamentarian, is twice during today's business, you've made the statement or you've ruled out of order amendments to amendments. I've been a trainer for parliamentary procedure for many, many, many years. Why are we not allowing amendments to amendments in this process?
Normally, we at the committee level, we normally do allow that, but given the rules for debate, I just think it becomes pretty unwieldy if we allow that. But if someone wants to appeal that the next time, they can.
Well,
they can.
but I guess my point is, unless we're going to put that in the rules, we need to allow amendments to amendments when they're made.
All right, Mr. Durfee, your point is well taken.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we had one more.
No, we've exhausted the list.
We've exhausted the list. All right, let's move to a vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Mr. Lee Fink was up next.
Right, correct.
My apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize because I too have what is more of an inquiry, perhaps for you as the co-chair of the Rules Committee, about the physical endorsing caucus is being eliminated. And I'm just questioning, is this a timing issue, which is always a challenge, or was it a COVID safety concern for having too many caucuses? And I was wondering if anybody from the Rules Committee, including yourself, could address that briefly.
It's mostly a COVID pandemic related adjustment. I guess we're going to test run it and see how people feel about it in the future. And again, that would require the adoption of the bylaws amendments that we proposed today at the February e-board for that to be put into place. Okay, the speakers list has been exhausted. Let's move to a vote on the tentative agenda. Motion to adopt. Okay, the poll is up. Got 50 seconds to go. Okay, the time is up. Let's move to phone votes. Those who are joining by phone who would like to vote yes on the motion to adopt the tentative convention agenda, please press *9.
We have one yes for the phone.
Okay, great. Okay, let's lower that hand. And those who are joining by phone who would like to vote against the motion to adopt the tentative agenda, please press *9 at this time.
We have no votes.
Okay, so the vote is 164 in favor of the motion, against 28. The motion is adopted. The tentative agenda is adopted. The last piece of business for the Rules Committee is to receive and file the report. Is there a motion to do so? Is anyone raising their hand in order to make that motion?
Yes, I see Drexel Hurd. I see Lester Aponte. I see Ralph
All
Miller.
right, let's recognize Mr. Hurd.
Motion to receive and file.
Okay, is there a second? I see numerous hands still up. All right, let's take let's lower all hands, and we'll take 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers against. Okay, 3 speakers in favor. I see Mr. Zaxon. I see Mr. Miller. I'm sorry. I now see Mr. Miller only. Is that it? Okay. All right, let's lower all
Ralph
hands.
has a question, actually. He has a question.
Okay, let's unmute Mr. Miller for the purpose of the question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Presiding Officer. I just had a question with regard to the 5B rules, the proposed amendments to the special meeting qualifications. I just wondered, I realize that it's going to be voted on at the next special e-board, but the question is, what's the rationale for doubling the requirement for signatures from the current 50 to 100? That seems rather excessive.
Oh, the main rationale is that the size that since that rule was put into place, however many years ago, 40 years ago, 30, 40 years ago, beyond the memory of anyone at this meeting, the size of the e-board has substantially increased, has almost doubled as well. So it was felt that it was a reasonable and proportional change. Okay, let's take 3 speakers against the motion to receive and file. I see Mr. Atkins. I don't see anyone else, so let's take Mr. Miller. I'm sorry, let's take Mr. Atkins because we don't have any speakers in favor.
I'm asking to unmute you. David?
Okay, now, all right, now it just came through. Yeah, no, with apologies to the committee and to Chair King. I'm not speaking against the motion like so many others. I've been trying to be recognized for point of information for a while now. My question, with the assurances from Chair Hicks and from other members of the Rules Committee, I was just curious what the rationale from the Rules Committee was in terms of not stating, like so many other corporate and organizations do, a valid medical exemption from the vaccine. That would seem to be, the way to handle some of the concerns. Was there some reason that the Rules Committee did not put in place simple language like in vaccinated unless you have a medical exemption, a valid medical exemption? That was just a question. Legit.
Yeah, I actually I don't have an answer for that. This was language that we came up with, and as you've seen, Mr. Atkins, that language has been strengthened by this body, and kind of we are where we are. I don't know if staff or Chair Hicks want to address that or beyond what he's already said, but that's kind of where we are. Okay, Mr. Alfalco, for what reason do you seek recognition?
Yeah, point of information to follow what David, not what David said, what Mr. Hurd said about that, or asked about why is it the increase to 100. My follow-up question about that, why does it need the approval of at least 3 statewide officers?
As I stated at the Rules Committee yesterday, this provision was originally intended and had always been seen as a fail-safe for when the chair seemed to be acting in a way that was against the interests of the party. And that the idea here is that in those circumstances where a special meeting by petition was necessary, that there should at least be strong support from the rest of the officers. There are many provisions throughout the bylaws, and it's one of the reasons our bylaws are so complex, where we have general provisions and then we have a variety of ways to get around those general provisions in the case of extraordinary circumstances. And people may define extraordinary circumstances in different ways. In this case, the Rules Committee, by an overwhelming majority, believed that this modification of this provision was attractive, was something that ought to be done, and so that's why it was adopted, and that's why it'll be before the
point of information. Don't you think this is repressive and kind of?
I'm not sure that's a point of information, Mr. Alfalco, but obviously I do not feel that it's repressive. I feel that's entirely appropriate. So, okay, let's move to a vote to receive and file the report. About 45 seconds on this vote.
Okay, and the poll is up.
Okay, let's move to phone votes. All those in favor of the report, please signify by pressing *9.
Okay, we've got 2 on the phone in favor.
Okay, let's take all those opposed to the motion. Press *9 if you're opposed and joining by phone.
And we have no votes by phone for the no.
Okay, so the final vote is 174 in favor to 26 against. The motion is adopted, and I'm happy to say that the Rules Committee report is concluded. Back to you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, thank you, Kobe, for I think what may go down in history as the longest Rules Committee report that we've had, recent memory. a lot of good stuff in there, and certainly appreciate everyone's interest in ensuring that we, as a party, continue to put our best foot forward. We'll now move to our Resolutions Committee, and I want to recognize our lead co-chairs, Aggie Kessler and Brandon Zavala, for the Resolutions Committee report.
Thank you, Chair Hicks. I'm going to get started. I'd like to start by expressing my appreciation on behalf of myself and Co-Chair Brandon Zavala for the work of the co-chairs and the entire Resolution Committee, and of course, Ben Seinfeld, our staff person extraordinaire, for his excellent support. Additionally, of course, we wish to thank the authors and the contact for their work with the committee in producing another great package of resolutions. For those of you who are used to sitting through resolution committee meetings as short as 5 hours, and of course, even 11 hours, I'd like to tell you that the committee had a record meeting of only 90 minutes this time. I know, a miracle. But that doesn't mean we're not busy making changes and improvements. At this time, I'd like to give everyone a brief update on what we've been doing to make work more transparent to everyone. Ben, if you're ready to share some of the matrices and different things that we are sharing with the public, that would be great. If you would go back not to this matrix, but our regular matrix on the resolution site, I'd like to show. So this is the current matrix that we started out with in our package. This is on the Resolution Committee site. We post our work about 5 to 7 days before our e-board or our convention. Everyone is able to see the package and the proposed codes that we are going to post and deal with in committee. Additionally, we post the entire package for everyone to see, and read every resolution. We also have come up with, at Ben's suggestion, a Google Docs system where people can see past resolutions. And here it is. And all of the resolutions that are highlighted in blue, anyone can now click on these resolutions. And Ben, if you could just pick one and click on the resolution. Once somebody clicks on that resolution, they are now able to see the resolution and read the text. And we're very proud of this new feature. Not only is it because anyone can now see the resolution, when it was created, and so on and so forth. But in the past, one of the things that has been difficult for the public is when the resolution committee codes a resolution as a for or a reaffirm, sometimes there's been a doubt whether it's legitimately a reaffirm. So now what everyone can do is click on a resolution, look at the body of it, and help ascertain that it really is a same resolution dealing with the same topic. Now you can see how far back we have gone already. This is the entire history of resolutions that the resolution committee has put together. What you're looking at here are resolutions that are not reaffirms. And then there's also a tab for those that are reaffirms. So we have come a long way. The project is not completely finished because you saw there are a whole lot of them that are still not highlighted in blue, but we hope to finish this in the near future. So we'll continue to update and modernize our committee processes, and we welcome your suggestions. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to co-chair Brandon Zavala, and he will take us through today's consent calendar. Ben will put today's consent calendar on the screen, and Brandon, take it away.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kessler and fellow executive board members. Good afternoon. Let's begin. Obviously, quick update. We just got great news. Obviously, the 49ers won this morning. So moving back to the business of this day, though, at this, I also want to take the time to thank our committee's co-chairs and members for their thoughtful and diligent work in preparing the resolutions before this body. The current language within these resolutions reflect the hard work, hours of research, negotiation, and passionate commitment of authors and the resolutions committee. It is important that we highlight their work before we proceed this morning or now this afternoon. So an important reminder, all resolutions will be proofed and checked for any typos or grammatical errors prior to posting. Please do not pull a resolution for the purposes of fixing a grammatical or spelling error or another minor fix like adding the state following the name of a city. Okay, so we'll proceed. The order of business is as follows. The matrix, which will have been put up by now. Ben, if you could put the matrix up, thank you, is a consent calendar. I will give e-board members the opportunity to pull items from the matrix or the consent calendar in the following manner. Using the raise hand function, you will be called by name. When called, please provide the following information: your name, assembly district, and the resolution number only. Again, your name, assembly district, and the resolution number only. When you pull an item from the consent calendar, then is not the time for debate. Remember, when you are called on to pull, it is your name, your assembly district, and the resolution number. Once a resolution is pulled, we can deal with any and all edits. So there is no need to pull a resolution someone else has already pulled. Again, for example, it's Mrs. Smith, 8038, resolution 21-08.060. Also, as a reminder, I will be writing as you speak, as well as our interpreters. So please speak slowly, and you may need to repeat yourself. So let's get started. Is there a member seeking recognition at this time for the purpose of making a poll, and only for the purpose of making a poll from the consent calendar?
Brandon, we're going to recognize Tijung Carolyn.
Her hand is down.
Okay.
We'll wait. The staff will be waiting for at least another 45 seconds before making final call. Mr. Lackman, for what purpose do you seek recognition? And Mr. Lackman, give staff a moment to unmute you.
Sure. Just for purpose when the 45 seconds is expired to move and accept the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Lackman. At the end of the 45 seconds, I'll be providing a final call, and then that motion, I will be happy to accept it.
No problem. Didn't mean to get in too early.
No, no problem. We appreciate your gusto. Mr. Jung, Carolyn Park, for what purpose do you seek recognition this afternoon?
Point of order.
Please proceed.
Okay, so I just want to know why my my resolution submission was rejected when it was received at 12:00.
I understand. However, this item is not timely, nor is it germane to the business of the committee at this time as we consider the consent calendar. Is your point of order or point of information a matter related to the consent calendar on our screens this morning? You may please resume raising your hand. Okay, this is final call. So there appears to be no more polls. I am now providing a final call. I repeat, a final call for anyone else who seeks to be recognized for the purposes of pulling an item from the consent calendar. Ben, can you confirm that you don't see anyone seeking to raise their hand?
Confirmed.
Thanks, Ben. So, okay, at this point, what we're going to do is pass the consent calendar. That means all the items that are not highlighted, which would be all the items on the calendar, comprise the consent calendar. And I'm ready for a motion to pass the unhighlighted items on the consent calendar. Mr. Lackman, for what purpose do you seek recognition this morning?
Hold on. There are several hands that have now gone up. Hold on, Brandon.
I'm just moving the consent calendar.
All right, hold on.
Mr. Saunders, for what purpose do you seek recognition this afternoon?
I'll lower my hand. I'm working with the author of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders. Mr. Trigub, for what purpose do you seek recognition this morning, this afternoon?
Madam Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, I move this consent item.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lackman. Is that a second?
I second.
Thank you, Mr. Lackman. Is there debate on this item? Seeing none, I will ask Emma to please call the vote to pass the resolution's consent calendar. We will wait 60 seconds. 10 more seconds.
About 10 more seconds.
Thank you, Emma. Okay, at this time, Emma, may you please facilitate the phone vote?
Yes, for all those in favor to the motion to approve the resolution's consent calendar on the phone, please press *9. All those in favor of the motion to approve the resolution's consent calendar, *9. Only those on the phone. Okay, there are no votes on the phone. I will go to all those against the motion to approve the resolution's consent calendar, *9 for those on the phone. And that is the motion against the motion to approve the resolution's consent calendar, *9 on the phone.
Thank you, Emma. And please announce the vote when you are ready. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 174 in favor to approve the motion, 4 against. Motion passed.
Madam Chair, the motion carries to pass the consent calendar. There is no further business before the Resolutions Committee this afternoon.
Mr. Co-Chair Zavala, thank you. I will address Ji-Jeong Carolyn Park's question, which you deferred. Thank you. If Ji-Jeong Carolyn Park still wishes to ask her question.
Yes, I would like to know why my resolution was rejected when it was received at 12:00:58 p.m. But the procedural rules read submission deadline will be 30 days at noon, parens 1-2 p.m. It does not say 12:00:00 p.m. If you want it to be that, then it should state as such, and should state, at or before 12:00:00 p.m. If you want to be that
totally wrong,
that strict about it. Someone's unmuted. So, I think that this kind of strictness really discourages participation. You can see that other people have chimed in on the Facebook group saying that this is really like unreasonable and discourages participation. And so again, if that's what you want the rule to be, you should state that instead of making up stricter rules on the fly.
I appreciate your comments. Our website does say that it's at noon and the cutoff is at noon. I'm sorry that you feel our rules are way too strict. There is nothing in your resolution that it was of such an urgent nature that you could not have posted it a couple of minutes sooner. We have had this discussion. You have been, per your requests, you have asked where you can address your grievance. I do hope you take advantage of it. And if we are instructed that we have been unfair to you, we will address that. But we do treat everybody's resolution in the same way. Thank you for your question. With that, our report is final. Thank you very much. And we pass the chair back.
Great. Thank you to our co-chairs of the Resolutions Committee and for the body for passing our consent calendar. We'll now go to our Platform Committee and our lead co-chairs, Julie Su and Michael Soto.
Thank you, Chair Hicks. Good afternoon, Democrats. I'd just like to report that we held our last testimony hearing session on Friday evening. I'd really like to thank staff, particularly Esteban Rojas and Emma Harper, for helping us facilitate those hearings. I'd also like to show appreciation for everyone that participated. In particular, it was very robust this time around because we did engage the caucus chairs as well as the regional chairs to help us collect testimony and to have consensus language in advance. I'd also like to recognize our entire committee and especially returning co-chair Shauna Inglesby, who helped with the executive work as well as the additional administrative work. And also want to welcome now Michael Soto, lead co-chair, to present some statistics for us.
Thank you, Julie. Good afternoon, Democrats. I'm happy to say we had a very successful series of hearings. We doubled the number of hearings we have from 3 to 6, and we had over 12 hours of oral testimony. And now we're excited to begin working with all of the plank chairs and reach out to all of those who've made written submissions for consideration by the entire committee. And then lastly, I just want to thank everyone who participated in our first hearing for the Joint Finance Subcommittee. We had great participation there. And I want to remind everyone, for those of you who didn't participate since we ran out of time, that we'll be having another hearing on the 29th. That's not this Monday, but the next Monday, before we begin the work of taking all of your feedback and working on following up on what funds we can remove from the party and gap filling those funds. And I'll pass it back to you, Julie.
Thank you, Michael. And finally, I'd like to just remind everyone that we will be working very diligently. Expect plank chairs to reach out to those who've submitted testimony. And per the rules that were just adopted, Rule 16, that discusses the amendment process as well as the adoption process. Look for the first draft to arrive to all the delegates on February 3rd. And any kind of discussion and amendments need to be completed by February 25th at 5 p.m. And we are welcoming an additional 6 to 8 weeks to work at this cycle. Last time we had a compressed cycle, and we welcome that because we have 60% new members, and everyone is really working to get up to speed. We will also incorporate some of the resolutions that have passed, as well as making sure that the language reflects President Biden's agenda and the Build Back Better agenda. So thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to move to adopt the platform committee report. I see some hands. Igor, is that a motion to adopt? And do I see a second? And I see a second from Jane Wishon. Thank you, Jane. Emma, could we put the poll up, please?
Well, presiding officer, I think we need to see if there's any discussion on the motion before we go.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair Hicks.
Or we could simply say, is there an objection to accepting and adopting, filing the report as presented?
Do I see any objections to filing and receiving this report? Seeing none, can we just adopt by consensus here? Thank you. Oh, I see a hand by Christine Pelosi.
I just wanted to thank you all for your wonderful work and the opportunity to participate, and give a special shout out to you, Julie, for all your patience during this process. Move to adopt.
Thank you so much, Christine. And I learned so much from you from all of your years of being chair of the platform committee. So seeing no objection.
Yes, it looks like it's been moved. Seconded. You requested there was any objection. There was no objection. The report has been filed and received.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you to our co-chairs of our platform committee that are doing the hard work to update and revise our platform for the coming term. We'll now go to our organizing committee, and I'll recognize our one of our lead co-chairs, Sangeeth Perry. Sangeeth?
We will actually have Steve Pierce because Sangeeth was not able to make it. Apologies.
There we go. Good afternoon, Democrats. Thank you so much. I will keep this report brief. On behalf of my fellow lead chairs, I'm pleased to present our organizing committee report. We did meet yesterday to kick off the work we have ahead of us this year. As you all know, we have critical races in 2022 that will help shape our policies as Democratic leaders in California, and will also, of course, be pivotal in holding our majority in the House of Representatives. Once again, California is essential to preserving our democracy and fighting off the GOP. We have a lot of challenges to overcome with redistricting, creating closer races all over our state. And it's going to take all of us to make sure we win in 2022 and beyond. So our newly renamed organizing committee is on the front lines of making sure everyone in the party has the opportunity to make an impact, and voters all over our state are engaged. Working hand in hand with the CADEM organizing department, our work starts right now. You've heard from officers about the upcoming training programs to better equip and train county committees and activists both inside the party and in grassroots groups such as Swing Left and Indivisible. The organizing committee will be supporting and advising these programs, taking advantage of the wealth of institutional knowledge and experience that we hold. We've also created 4 subcommittees based on our central charges, and the work in those committees has already begun. The subcommittees are voter engagement, voter registration, voter education, and voter protection. Through these working groups, we will build the capacity and scale we need to take on the midterms and ensure that all California Democrats have a voice, are informed on the issues and the stakes, and don't get left behind. We are building on the foundation that was built with our successful Stop the Recall campaign to sustain community leaders, precinct organizing, and neighborhood street teams. Yes, forever organizing does continue. As I said, it's going to take all of us working together to win in 2022. So we urge you, or as Christine Pelosi said before, cajole you to join us and volunteer to help make our ambitious and essential programs a reality. Thank you all for your dedication, and we will see you in the field. With that, I move to adopt, or do I have a motion to move to adopt the organizing committee report? I see Jane Wishon. Do I have a second? Looks like I have a bunch of seconds here. Recognize Shauna Inglesby as a second. And I suppose, Mr. Chair, I can do the same thing and just ask if there is any opposed and then move for.
I would just simply say, is there objection to accepting the report as presented? Is there any objection?
Is there any objection to accepting the report as presented? Seeing none. Oh, I do have a hand.
Looks like you do have Harini Krishnan and Ann Crosby who have raised their hand. So at this point, you'll need to take 3 speakers for, 3 speakers against, and then we'll take up the motion.
Okay. So please clear all hands, and we'll look for 3 speakers for accepting and adopting the committee report. I see 1. Are there any other speakers for? I see 2. I see 3. I'll wait for staff to make sure they've noted the speakers.
So I have Deborah Cunningham-Skiernick, Jess Durfee, and Susan Pfeiffer in favor. Okay, and I'll lower all the hands.
And now seeking speakers opposed to adopting. I see 1.
I see only 1, Lauren Beyer.
Okay,
Yep, just the one.
great. So I believe we start with the opposed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Start with Lauren.
Lauren, you are recognized for 1 minute.
I apologize. This is maybe more of a technical question than an objection. But the report is not in the packet. Is there a written report somewhere and I missed some instructions, or is it merely an oral report?
It is indeed an oral report.
Okay, then I have no objections. Thank you.
Okay, and then up next for in support is Deborah Cunningham Skurnick. Deborah? Deborah?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. I just want to thank this entire committee and all the members of the committee for their hard work and dedication to make sure everything goes well with the new trainings and so forth. So that's all I need to say. I approve of it.
Thank you. Okay, and there were no other folks during that 30 seconds or 60 minutes for con, so. And we have 2 for pro still.
I would love to hear nice things about the committee, but if it's not necessary to continue debate, then we can go ahead and approve and move on. Is that correct?
And Crosby has her. Sorry.
Yeah, and Crosby has her hand up, and I would encourage you maybe to recognize her because she doesn't seem to be in the support column at the moment. I'm not sure.
Of course. No, I want to recognize everyone, of course. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Ms. Crosby, go ahead.
Thank you. I apologize. I too am wondering where a written report is located, and you have indicated that there is only a spoken report. Same for the previous item. There was no written report that I could find. And it was indicated that we should raise our hand and send a direct message to the presiding officer, is my understanding, if there's a point of inquiry that we need to make. Otherwise, we could have done that and not had you have to do pros and cons and make you think we're opposing you when we are not. So that was my only point of inquiry. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. My apologies for not presenting that opportunity to you before that.
Okay, we do have Jess Durfee and pro, if you'd like to go with that, or just carry
on. Let's hear with Jess so we have an even number of speakers and then we can move on.
Well, given that there actually is no opposition, I really have nothing to say other than I'm glad to be a part of this committee, and I absolutely think we need to approve filing this report. Thank you.
Okay, should we move to a vote then, since we do have I guess we didn't really have any disapproving of the votes. I'm a little unclear on that.
Yeah, you at this point, I would encourage us to just take a formal vote, given that there's been speakers pro and con.
Okay.
Formally, pro and con, I recognize the distinction.
Exactly. Okay, let's take a vote then. If the staff would please put up the poll. All in favor of adopting the report will be a yay. Nay will be not adopting it.
Okay, the poll has ended.
Okay, now we will go to the phones.
So go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, please.
Everyone in favor of the motion to adopt the organizing committee report on the phone, please press *9 now. Everyone in favor. Okay, there are no votes. Everyone against the motion to adopt the organizing committee report, *9 if you are on the phone. Okay, there are no votes. So it is 178 in favor and 1 against.
Great. The committee report is adopted. Thank you all. I yield my time to the chair.
All right, thank you. Thanks to Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Steve, for that report. We'll now move to our legislation committee, and I'll turn it to our lead co-chair, Margie Granado. Margie?
Good afternoon, Democrats. Thank you, Rusty. On behalf of lead co-chair AJ Thomas and myself, we would like to share an informational report on the legislation committee. We did deal with one item of old business and spent a great deal of time on, as was indicated by Mr. King, on our rules, our policies and procedures. We took up a lot of time working from August until now to get our submission prepared, brought to the committee, engaged in a lot of conversation and with our co-chairs and with our whole committee. And it was a heavy lift, but we spent the bulk of our time doing that. And I really want to thank the legislation committee co-chairs for the work that they put in, because they put in a significant amount. We've also reconfigured our committee with the creation of 4 subcommittees. And we have a logistics day committee, communications, legislation position request forms to really tighten up our process there, and a subcommittee to deal with our floor report and post endorsement organizing, so that our endorsement really means something in the future. And that pretty much sums up our report. And I would like to entertain a motion to receive and file the legislation committee report.
It looks like Mr. Shahada's hand is raised to make the motion, Mr. Shahada? Okay, right now the chair is, there will be a time for discussion, but right now the chair is entertaining a motion to accept and file. Mr. Dabur, are you making a motion to receive and file the report of the committee?
Actually, I would like to call HR 2590 for a floor vote.
HR 2590 has not been produced out of committee, and your motion at this time is not in order. There'll be a time to discuss it during our report. We'll have a question period, but right now we're looking for a motion to receive and file the committee's report. Member Bittner, you're recognized.
I would like to file the report.
I would like to file the report.
Thank you, Member Bittner. We have a motion to receive and file the committee's report. Is there a second? We have a second from Member Alari. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any objection to, well, let's clear hands and then we can re-raise hands. Is there any objection to receiving and filing the report? We see one. Or is there one? Mr. Shahada, I'm seeing your hand go up. Okay, so there is an objection. So we need to take 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers opposed. Just following our predecessors, the first will be 3 speakers in favor of accepting and filing the committee's report. Please
I'm
raise
going
your
to clear
hand.
all hands. I'm sorry. I'm going to clear all hands, and then we are taking in favor, 3 in favor.
We have 3 names there. Do you see?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see Lynette, Sasha.
I see Lynette Henley, Sasha Bittner, and Georgette Bradley. Bradford, excuse me, I'm sorry. Okay, and then I'll lower all the hands, and so we can get 3 speakers against.
Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak against receiving and filing the committee report.
Ihab, Shahata,
I'm not seeing any other hands. Oh,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Dabur. And I see Iyad Afalka. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing that.
okay, that's 3 for and 3 against.
Okay.
We'll start with 4 in favor.
Okay, we're gonna do Lynette Henley.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Good afternoon, delegates. I just want to, as a former member of the Legislative Committee, I want to congratulate them on completing this work and actually getting it to the resolution, to the Rules Committee and agendized to one of their subcommittees to ensure that the next generation legislation is moving forward. So I would encourage a yes vote on this informational report that was sent, that is being presented to us today. So I, again, recommend a yes vote on the informational report that was been brought to us. Thank you. Congratulations, chairs and co-chairs and Ledge Committee.
Yep. And then we'll call on Ihab.
Mr. Shahada, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern is that the committee failed to take up HR 2590, promoting human rights for Palestinian children and families. I realize that the committee has a rule which specifies that they can only take up 25 bills in a year. However, this bill, first of all, that's undemocratic that it requires a 2/3 vote to pass. However, the problem is that it was not taken in chronological order. The bill was submitted by myself in June, and so therefore it was among the first 25 bills. And therefore, the committee's failure to take up the bill leads me to make a motion at this time. I move to pull that item from your report and discuss it separately as an e-board, and that motion is in order. And I believe Chairman DeBoer is seconding the motion.
Mr. Shahada, please limit your comments to to speaking on the motion.
I just made a motion which is in order, and that motion has a second. Please, so therefore that motion is an amendment to a motion which is in order.
What is your minute?
Mr. Shahada, please, I understand your comments. We will address whether their motion is in order after we've given people a chance to speak. So let's give everybody a chance to speak. Why don't we go to the next person? Margie, do you have the list?
I do. Sasha Bittner.
First of all,
So first of all,
on 2950,
on 2950,
we consulted extensively.
we can show extensively.
And consulted.
We consorted.
Consulted. We talked to the Rules Committee extensively.
We talked to the Rules Committee extensively.
And we are following. We are following.
And we are following.
To the letter.
To the letter.
Of the Rules Committee.
Of the Rules Committee.
What they required us to do.
What they required us to do.
And just in terms of the.
And just in terms of the.
Policies and procedures.
Policies and procedures.
We again consulted the Rules Committee.
We consulted the Rules Committee.
And we had extensive.
That is 1 minute.
Thank you, Co-Chair Bittner.
And then we have Yasar Dabur.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So building on what Brother Ihab said, this particular bill was brought up in the last e-board meeting, and it was voted on as in excess of the 25 legislation bill to be taken. I see no reason for it to be voted on again in this e-board meeting. It should be voted as a yes or no, up or down. There was no reason to actually vote whether we're going to entertain it in excess of the 25 bills. That vote already took place in the last board meeting, and we decided to vote on it. Why are we repeating the vote? I see this is just as a hindering mechanism to not vote on it. So please reconsider that, and let's vote on it as a e-board meeting. Thank you.
Okay, and then next up we have Georgette Bradford. Here we go, Georgette.
Thank you, and good afternoon, delegates. In regards to HR 2590, we did confirm the rules for process in advance with the Rules Committee before the meeting. We published the rules for the process and the reasoning along with the agenda prior to the meeting, and we did follow those published rules. The actual policies and procedures that we are presenting, we had a working group work on this for months, an all-volunteer working group with dozens of members. It was adopted unanimously at committee and referred to the Rules Committee, and I am recommending a yes vote for the proposed report. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and then last, against we have Ayad Afaq.
Mr. Al-Faqwa, sorry if I mispronounce it. You have a minute to speak.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise to continue what Ihab and what Yasar said earlier about the bill in question 2590. This bill has been systematically targeted, and if we are as a party of the people and we want to be an anti-racist and social justice party, we have to give a seat on the table for the Palestinian American, Muslim American, Arab Americans. There is a clear attempt to kill this bill by diverting it to tabling it and attempting to do this through the procedural justice, which is something that's very clear. It has been targeted just because it is for the Palestinian children. I am that Palestinian child who grew up in that war-torn place, and I am a survivor, and I am speaking to you today, and I urge you to consider that, because this is
that is your time.
Discrimination.
Thank you, Mr. Al-Faqwa. So that exhausts our list of speakers. And now to comment on the statements made in the attempted motion, Margie and I are of the understanding that, well, just for background, because we were having concerns about using the old bylaws, because as folks have heard, we've been working on our new bylaws up until this point. We confirmed with the parliamentarian and the chairs of the Rules Committee on process under the 2011 rules in writing. We had those procedures for processing motions, processing new legislation recommendation requests confirmed in writing. We published that along with the agenda and then adopted those procedures unanimously as a committee going into the meeting. We followed those procedures. The 2011 rules cap us at 25 pieces of legislation. And in order to exceed that 25 cap, we would have needed to take a vote by 2/3 to exceed it. We took that vote, and the vote was did not pass the 2/3 threshold, and so the item was not taken up and is not part of our report out because the item was not taken up and was not passed out of committee. However, we reference that to educate the body in our report to understand what happened. But because it's not coming out of our committee, our understanding is that it cannot be pulled from the report. And that the motion would be out of order. However, we'd like to refer to the parliamentarian to get clarity on that at this time. Is it in fact out of order to pull something when it's not in the report?
You are correct, Mr. Thomas. It's out of order.
Okay. We're seeing some hands. Let's see here. In terms of next process, I'm going to assume that somebody wants to challenge the ruling of the
You
parliamentarian.
have Mr. Thomas, you have exhausted the speakers list. At this point in time, it is appropriate to go to a formal vote of the motion that is on the floor.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Chair. Can we please call for the vote on whether to accept and file the report of the Legislation Committee? And if staff could please let us know when it's time for the phone votes.
I will do that. Okay, the poll has ended. So now we will take the phone votes. All those in favor of the motion to receive and file the Legislation Committee report, *9 on the phone. Those of you on the phone, all those in favor, *9. Okay, I see no votes on the phone. Next, we'll go to the no votes. No to the motion to receive and file the Legislation Committee report. For those on the phone, please press *9. I see no phone votes. So as the poll results, we have 137 in favor to pass the motion to receive and file the Legislation Committee report and 24 nay.
Thank you. And back to you, Margie.
Yeah, it concludes the report.
Thank you to our Legislation Committee for your work and that report. We'll now go to our JEDI Committee, and we'll call on our lead co-chair, Stephen Auclair. Stephen?
Stephen, asking to unmute you. There you go.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I want to thank you all for sticking it out this afternoon. My name is Stephen Auclair, and I'm the co-lead co-chair of the Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee. We received reports on Friday from our various subcommittees. For context, the JEDI Committee was formed in the summer of 2021 through the merger of the Affirmative Action and Organizational Development Committees. Here's the summary of our various subcommittees. The first is what we like to call the road ahead, having to do with our code of conduct and delegate selection process. This group was led, or is led rather, by Shannon Ross and Marisol Rubio. Our members are working hard at joining the work done by the Way Forward Working Group last year and advancing the work as we implemented the needed training and policies to support what we're calling a culturally responsive body. Things like requiring trauma training for our own JEDI Committee members, partnering with our ombudsperson and executive director to implement the changes needed. In early spring next year, the committee will review our code of conduct changes, enhance our delegate selection criteria and information we collect, and collaborate with the cultural change subcommittee of our own committee, of the JEDI Committee. The cultural change subcommittee is led by Rob Howard and Chris Bowen. That subcommittee has supported the extensive work by the CADEM training department, where hundreds of Democrats have joined our discussion series. We covered topics ranging from implicit bias, ableism, racism, microaggressions, and more. And certainly many of you were involved in those discussions. Some of the high-level goals that we have through that subcommittee included extending and expanding our continued access to free training at all levels of the Democratic Party, mandated training for e-board members regarding DEI issues, partnerships with our local central committees and clubs, and a mentorship program that will support our party. Our other subcommittee is on redistricting. This group is led by Chris Wagaman and Kareem Gongora. The JEDI committee will do the regional redistricting with the updated maps. Those will be presented to you all in 2022. The first election held using these lines will be in the spring of 2023. Our districting line process will include a comprehensive community engagement from you all to inform the decisions of the party and also viewed through a JEDI lens. Finally, I know many of you have had questions about our new anti-racism working group that the officers have formed. This, to make it clear, this group is assisting the JEDI committee as they work through both external and internal subject matter experts. And they are going to be partnering to create recommendations to the officers on ways to strengthen our external partnerships and forming the internal work of our party. Ultimately, their work will be handed off to the JEDI committee and the other relevant committees to implement. The group has already been formed and met once virtually and again in December. And I refer to the officer email that was sent out, I think about 2 months ago, that listed the members of that committee and some of their key tasks that they are working on. So with that, that concludes my report. At this time, is there any objection to receiving and filing the report as presented? I see a hand is up from Christine Pelosi and then Eugene Fields. Christine, go ahead, Ms. Pelosi.
Thank you. I appreciate the report and all the hard work that's been done, but what I find missing from the report is what we do in a situation where we've had a microaggression that needs a micro solution in the moment. For example, one of our delegates with a disability was just rudely cut off during this debate. And as far as I'm concerned, in consultation with others who support her, is that would be a perfect opportunity for the JEDI committee to say, if there's a microaggression that happens publicly, then an immediate apology should follow. Is that suggestion part of the committee report? And if not, I would like to offer an amendment that we include the study of how it is that we treat persons with disabilities and persons who might need language assistance or translators when we are keeping time in debate. So I would request an amendment to the report that suggests that we include disability and language interpretation in the course of providing our rules and procedures for debate.
Stephen, this is, may I be recognized for a moment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Ms. Pelosi, thank you for bringing this to our attention, both privately and now before the body. This is a part of our JEDI work, both, I'm assuming, within this committee's meetings work, but also before and will continue after this meeting. You know, with regards to the delegate who was not given sufficient time and was cut off, we certainly should ensure that we give those who in the disability community who need double the time, that time, and should be thoughtful about the way we do that. So on behalf of myself and the party, we certainly apologize to Sasha Bittner for cutting her off and not giving her the ample time. I think this is certainly something that should be included in the report, and hopefully we can have a conversation privately but also ensure that she receives a public apology.
Yes, this is Emma Harper. I am the one that accidentally cut Sasha off. I know my intention was not to cut her off or do anything intentional. I apologize deeply from the bottom of my heart, Sasha. Sasha's a good friend of mine. So please forgive me. And next time I will do much better. Thank you. Sorry about that, everybody.
Yes, and thank you for acknowledging that. And that's definitely a key part of our work, is to continue to expand the access to our meetings. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, did you have additional comments?
No, I think where we were at was you asked if there was an objection. There were clearly hands that came up. So at this point, it would be appropriate to take a motion to adopt the report as presented and amended, given if we included this additional component. And then see if there is discussion and then move to a vote.
Okay, thank you. I see Henny has a hand up. Henny Kelly. Oh, Henny is muted.
Well, at least you didn't have to hear me swear then. I would like to make sure that we do put a statement about accessibility and into the motion or into the statement as we vote on it.
Yes, we'll go ahead and include that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And would you like to make a motion to approve
Yes, I would.
receive and file?
Yes,
Okay.
I would.
It was moved by Henny Kelly. And I don't believe we need a second because it's a committee report, but is there a second? Or there is not required one. Okay.
We need a second. Let's get
Oh, we do. Okay. Is there a second? I see a hand up from Susan. Oh, Susan is muted.
It doesn't matter.
Let's try that again. Yes, thank you. I've had my hand up for a while because I wanted to second Christine Pelosi's amendment, but it seems we are taking care of it. But also in doing that, to mention, it's almost a good thing this happened, but I'm very angry it did. This justifies and shows the reason we have the JEDI committee. This is a perfect example of it. And I appreciate that we are taking this seriously and doing something appropriate about it. And thank you, Emma, for your apology. Many of us were disturbed at the way that happened, but we're all human. And going forward, we're going to do a better job. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will now ask for if we can lower all the hands and we can see if there's speakers in favor. Okay, I have Marisol Rubio. 3 speakers in favor. I have Marisol, Eugene, and Tisa on my screen. And let's go to those speakers. Marisol?
You need to take
speakers again.
Speakers. Yeah.
Okay, if we can lower the hands, and then I'm asking for the speakers opposed to the adoption of the receive and file of the report. Okay, I see one hand from Yad. Okay. Are there any other speakers against the, okay, Dorothy? Okay. And Dorothy. Okay. Are there any other speakers opposed to receiving and filing the report? Okay, so we will lower those hands and go ahead to Marisol Rubio, the speaker in favor.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, I needed to get unmuted. So yes, first and foremost, I just want to thank Christine Pelosi for bringing that up. I had actually taken note of that as well. It was at 1:27 p.m. I definitely think we should incorporate that into one of our goals as something that a policy that we will be following. Otherwise, I definitely support the work that has been done. Subcommittees have been very busy, and just want to say, anybody continues to have any input, we're definitely open to that, and please continue to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will now go to Ayad, the speaker opposed to the adoption, and we'll be alternating speakers.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the committee who put this report for us and for your hard work. I am opposing this report for one reason. And it's very ironic that our party creating all these committees and all these acronyms and all these names, but we are not walking the walk. It's ironically that this report came after that the legislative committee just denied the Palestinian children to be represented and having a voice. It is ironically that this report about the diversity and inclusion, while I was excluded as a Palestinian American, as a Muslim American, as an Arab American from being here. It is very ironic that we say we want to be anti-racist while we just practice racism. It is ironic that this report talk about that we have to respect each other and people that were just selective in doing that.
Yep, thank you. We're now going to go to Eugene Fields, speaker in support. Eugene needs to be unmuted. There you go.
Thank you.
Go ahead,
Thank you,
Eugene.
Mr.
1
Chair.
minute.
Thank you. I rise in support of this. As a member of the JEDI committee, I want to extend my apologies to the speaker who was cut off. Again, it was something that was definitely taken note of. I appreciate Ms. Pelosi for bringing it up, and I wholeheartedly would support adding that into and that amendment into this report. We have a long way to go, and I know that many people, the majority of folks, have good intentions in their heart, but the purpose of this committee is really to bring to light a lot of things that we as human beings do not understand or we don't recognize in terms of the differences that we all have and we should celebrate. And I wholeheartedly ask our e-board to receive and file this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. And on behalf of the JEDI committee, as the Chair Hicks said, we'll work with staff to implement best practices with regards to language accessibility and disability accessibility. The next speaker will be Dorothy, and Dorothy is in opposition to the receive and file of this report. Dorothy?
Hi. I'm not so much in opposition to it, but I would like to suggest an addition to it. I think you need to add an A for ageism to your committee, because I live my life. I run a business. I live my life, and the only place that I feel discriminated against because of my age is in the Democratic Party. I don't know how many of the other older members feel that way. But, there's such a thing as historical memory. Maybe there's a little bit of wisdom in some of our older members, like Leah Hertzberg. And I feel marginalized, and I'm very upset about it. We're all being taken off of committees. We're being told that we're being replaced by younger people. A lot of them appointed people who never were voted on. I got 40,000 votes. The person who took Dina Eichel's place on the legislation committee didn't get any votes. She was appointed to the LACDP, and therefore she became an ADEM, and then she got appointed to the legislative committee here. I don't think that's right. So maybe ageism needs to be included.
That is your minute.
Thank you for your remarks. Ageism is included in the Jedi Committee and was discussed as part of our discussion series. The last
I never
speaker
got an
was,
invitation. I never got a
oh,
formal invitation.
okay, well, that certainly went out to the entire listserv, so we'll check back with staff to ensure you were included in that in the future. Tisa is the last speaker.
Hello, thank you everyone for sitting through this meeting, and thank you for the incredible work the Jedi Committee has done. I want to encourage you all to vote yes. I especially want to call attention to the requirements for training by the Executive Board, and to encourage you all to seek it. I personally intend to follow up and help make sure that we get great Jedi training with my County Central Committee. I know that we all want to think that we're the good guy, but I guarantee you every single one of us is somebody's bad guy. We've all said something, whether we think about it or not, not intending to offend, right? But it still comes out and it's still offensive because of people's lived experiences. And I think, honestly, we need to learn to understand and appreciate each other's lived experiences better. And that requires all of us to show up because, quite frankly, as a person who did, quite a bit of the training this last time, a lot of you weren't there. And a lot of us are not nice to each other. So please, let's vote yes, let's show up, and let's learn to be kinder to each other.
That is your minute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the opportunity for speakers to speak on this item has now passed. So we'll go ahead to move to the vote on to receive and file this report. Again, this is a vote to receive and file this report by the Jedi Committee. All members who wish to vote should vote now. Again, all members who wish to vote should vote now. We will be doing the phone votes here in just a few seconds.
And the minute for poll voting has passed.
Thank you. Go ahead with the phone vote.
Okay, so all those on the phone in favor of the motion to receive and file the Jedi Committee report, please press *9. All those in favor of the motion to receive and file the Jedi Committee report, *9 on the phone. Okay, I see. Well, Shanna, I'm assuming you're asking a question, but not voting. There are no votes on the phone. So all those against the motion to receive and file the Jedi Committee report on the phone, please press *9. Okay, there are no votes against. So the final vote was 154 in favor and 10 against.
Okay, thank you, Emma. The motion has passed. So the Jedi Committee report has been received and filed. I'm now going to hand things back over to Chair Hicks. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, for your leadership and your work. I believe you have, before we go to our final report, Shannon Inglesby, do you have a question?
Yes, actually, it's kind of a comment. After Tisa's remark, I just feel the need to request that the trainings not be held at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I would have loved to have attended, but I'm at work at that time. So it's not that we didn't show up because we didn't find it valuable or we're not interested. It needs to be a little bit more user-friendly on our end. So that's all I wanted to say.
Understood. Thank you for that feedback, and certainly we'll put that into the mix for future events. Last but certainly not least, and if you want to know what an exercise in patience looks like and leadership looks like, just look at April Verrett, our controller, at our final committee report this afternoon. So I'll turn it over to you, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm quite sad, I must say, because my Chicago Bears just suffered a really gut-wrenching loss during this meeting. But nevertheless, I bring you what is the last and hopefully briefest report of the day, and it is for the party's Finance Committee. Our committee met on Friday, where we reviewed and approved the 22 operating budget for our organization. We also had reports on our DEM 22 and Trailraiser programs. We know that if we want to fund the important programs and the visionary bold plans that we have set for next year and years to come, it comes down to us. And the us that I'm referring to is the collective leadership of our party, not just the Finance Committee. Proudly, a majority of our committee are members of the Trailraisers program. We are all dedicated to expanding our small dollar donor network, but it simply is not enough. To meet our goals next year and in the future, it requires leadership and work from many, 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 many more of us. Whether it's personally contributing or raising money from others, your party needs you to grow our grassroots fundraising arm. DEM 22, Trailraiser, they are good programs, and we hope all of you will join us in these endeavors. During our meeting, we were also pleased to announce that our Eric Bradley Deep Blue Grant Subcommittee awarded $7,000 in grant funding to 6 applicants throughout the Golden State. We are really proud of this subcommittee and its work to honor the legacy of Eric Bradley and continue his mission of promoting young people's engagement and achievement in Democratic Party politics. I also want to give an update on the subcommittee on party finance. This subcommittee is taking our 120 days that we have to bring you recommendations really seriously, and we have gotten to work. We've held our first meeting and we held a testimony, we held our first meeting and held a testimony hearing just yesterday. Given the number of people who wanted to testify yesterday and did not get an opportunity to do so, we have scheduled an additional testimony hearing for Monday, November 29th, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. We welcome your voice at that meeting or through written testimony via the online submission form. You may also upload videos online if you prefer to submit your testimony that way. To remind us all, our joint subcommittee is tasked with reviewing the current prohibited contributions list. And for everyone's information, that list is for-profit health insurance, for-profit prisons, for-profit colleges, guns, tobacco, and oil. We're also reviewing the current party platform, testimony that we receive, and whatever amendments are submitted during the current platform process. We're also going to assess our party's current financial position, our programmatic priorities, and the progress made thus far at diversifying contributions. Again, specifically our small dollar donor contributions. You heard me say we're taking testimony from all interested stakeholders, delegates, Democrats. We are going to make a set of recommendations to amend our current prohibited contributions list and provide a plan for backfilling the historic contributions from categories that will be prohibited going forward. Our plan is to offer these recommendations to the officers and this body for a vote during a special board meeting in February. With that, I will ask if there are any objections to receiving this report.
Can we lower the hands? And then if anyone has an objection to receiving and filing the report? Looks like Ms. Talbot is raising her hand.
Hi, April. This is not necessarily an objection. As a previous speaker mentioned, I was at work on Friday during your meeting. I'm curious if there's a way to get additional information about the 2022 spend plan that you've mentioned.
Elizabeth, if you or anyone wants more information about the spending plan, you are happy to contact me or our executive director, Yvette Martinez. I will say that that spending plan was reviewed in closed session because the Finance Committee takes very seriously the threats that are real to our party. And we want to ensure that information about our spending plan, about our resources, don't fall into hands that or eyes that shouldn't be privy to them. But please feel free to contact me or Yvette Martinez for more information.
All right, Madam Controller, I see no objections. So with that, we will consider the finance report received and filed. Thank you for all your hard work and for that very quick report. So I did commit to Mr. Alfalqua that I would come to him for a point of order. So let's give him the opportunity to raise his inquiry.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I rise to raise the point of information during our earlier report about the legislative committee. Isn't it we had the right for recognition of appeal? I think this is deserved to be addressed by the parliamentarian. According to Robert rules, I believe we had the recognition of appeal, but we were
the report has been adopted by the body, and so I'll turn to our parliamentarian for any additional input.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Alfalqua, 2 points. One, the chair is
it's Afalqa.
Afalqa. Thank you for correcting me. 2 points. One, the Chair Hicks is correct. The report is already been adopted and the time has passed for any objection to that. However, I'll just make this comment on your report, or rather on your objection. The rules are incredibly clear that if a piece of legislation is not in the legislation report, it can't be considered on the floor. It's just, I mean, there's really no question about that. It's not subject to appeal if a committee has jurisdiction over something. You have to respect that committee's process. It's just like the same goes for resolutions committee. If the resolution committee doesn't pass a resolution, you can't just discharge it to the floor in such a case. There are rules in place. Those rules need to be respected. I've had numerous conversations with the co-chairs of the legislation committee on their procedures on this piece of legislation in particular, and I am very satisfied that they followed their procedures exactly correctly. So in any case, this is not the time to object. I'm giving you the courtesy of giving you an answer. And this is why we have committees, and I'm sorry, but you're attempting to bring this bill to the floor is simply out of order.
All right, thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. We are hang with us, folks. We're getting close to the agenda of the day. As we know, each meeting we do take a moment to reflect on the Democrats who've left us too soon, and in many ways recommit ourselves to the values they upheld while they were with us. Please take a moment to reflect on these great California Democrats. Can we roll the video, please? All right, thank you, everyone, and obviously a lot of great Democrats on that list who have, in many ways, gone too soon. We'll keep carrying the banner and doing the work in their memory. With that, I want to turn to the last portion of our agenda, which is our remarks from our party leaders. I'll first go to our California Young Democrats president, Diane Lee.
Hi, everyone. I'm California Young Democrats President Diane Lee. We have accomplished a lot since our May convention and since the last time that I addressed all of you at our state leadership conference. We have helped the Young Democrats of America and the Virginia Young Democrats with their phone banks for their elections. We recently had a conversation with our millennial mayors, which are our two CYD members who also happen to be young mayors of their California cities. And next month, we are planning our CYD winter retreat, December 10th through 12th. And that is our weekend-long biennial gathering where we'll have trainings and workshops. And that will have a mandated vaccination. So we will be requiring proof of vax for that. And we also attended our Young Democrats of America convention, where that was a 700 plus gathering in Cincinnati, and that was also required vaccination. So we have done something like this before, and it went swimmingly. Our CYD retreat is also going to be a convening of our caucuses, our political and policy committees, and a review of our bylaws. And a great way for our members across the state to come together and network. And this will be our first big in-person event in a long time. So we're really looking forward to it. We're currently fundraising for it. So if you would love to donate and make sure that our members can get there, with all of our expenses paid, and make sure that our members can attend for little or no charge. We are currently fundraising, and you can make a donation at California Young Dems on our website. Thank you.
I love that great report by a president that is always fundraising. Well done. With that, we'll go to our California Democratic Council president, Ayad.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Democrat. My name is Yada Falka, the president of CDC, the conscience of the Democratic Party. I speak with passion. I am not angry, although anger is a valid emotion, and I have every right to be angry with the state of our party. Justice is everybody's right and everybody's fight. I start with shout out to the wonderful working staff of the CDP for all the hard work they do for the California Democrats. I am also grateful and indebted to my CDC team, Adriana, Crystal, Paula, Carlos, Larry, and Francois, who spend hundreds of hours to save the soul of our organization and be in compliance with the Secretary of State. We had a successful meeting on Thursday. We themed our meeting, celebrated the grassroots victory, offered gratitude to our affiliate clubs who helped defeat the Republican recall of Governor Newsom, preventing California from becoming Texas. Also, we were honored that the Virginia legislator, Sam Rasool, was our guest speaker. Delegate Rasool is the author of many progressive bills, among them the Virginia New Green Deal bill, who was re-elected for his 5th term with 64% to represent Virginia District 11 in the Virginia House of Delegates. For the past 7 decades, the CDC has been considered a major organization and grassroots force for civil rights in the United States. Literally, in a time the Democratic Party was dominated by Dixiecrats and Southern segregationists. The CDC was involved in several civil rights issues, promoting Black and Brown caucuses, pressing the president in 1963 to appoint Mexican Americans to government positions, calling for the seating of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party delegation at the 1964 Democratic National Convention, and direct and economic support for Cesar Chavez and the United Farm Workers in 1966. What happened in Virginia are the symptoms has been happening for the last 40 years. The great state of California has given the nation so much. Around 1980, with the election of Ronald Reagan, many Democrats decided that we needed to raise a lot of money as we run these campaigns. And that's when we saw a turn in the way we battled for the issues that we care deeply about, namely social economic issues. But unfortunately, we have been on the defense since around the time and not really bring our values front and center. And that has hurt us across the country. It has hurt us. We have not taken on the issues the way we should. And there is no social economic really came to the front. In 2015, where we could have a candidate who would just say to the American people, we know why you are frustrated. We gave the opportunity to the GOP, who amplified hate. And we said, you know why things are not working out. It's because of those Mexicans, because of these Muslims, and because of those Black Lives Matter, and really fan the fuel of hatred, because we were not able to be there. I think for a lot of us, we learned a lot in different ways from 2016. However,
Alpaca.
some things are still the same, and we are learning. It is the hard way in Virginia. It is sad we lost the majority in the House of Delegates, the governorship, and the Attorney General in Virginia.
Alpaca.
This is for
Mr.
our
Alfalfa.
benefit, so we don't repeat the same thing in the state of California. I will appreciate if you allow me just 30 seconds. I promise you I'll finish.
20 seconds to wrap up, please.
Okay. What's really important for Democrats in Virginia, I hope that we will do our part as California, always being the wonderful blue beacon, not only to help save the republic, but just to be this clarion call across the country that don't make the same mistakes that we did there in Virginia. Don't let people say that we lost in Virginia because of the Biden low approval rate. Sure, his approval rates that was not why we lost. We lost because we did not have vision, because we did not connect with the people. We did not organize and mobilize the way we know we needed to. And so we hope that the rest of the country will turn the ship around and ensure that we can survive and thrive going to
Alfalfa.
2020. Going forward,
Mi-
let California lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. With that, I want to go to our DNC members, both Susie Shannon and Lawrence Saxon.
There I am. Hi, everyone. Okay, we're in the home stretch. First of all, we would like to congratulate our new appointees from California to the DNC, our own April Verrett, Supervisor Hilda Solis, Mayor Robert Garcia, Alicia Rockmore, Kristen Bertolina, Faust, and Roz Wyman. We are very happy to have Roz back and have a lot of these folks named for appointees to the DNC. As many of you know, there's a little bit of contention over the vote for a lot of these appointees, well, a few of them actually, who were representing fossil fuel companies and stuff, but for the most part, some of our delegation voted against that, but for the most part, we are very welcoming of our new California appointees. And then congratulations to our executive committee appointees, our chair, Rusty Hicks, Mayor Hilda, Robert Garcia, and Supervisor Hilda Solis. And then congratulations too to those who were appointed to committees, Christine Pelosi, Melahat Rafe, Michael Kapp, Lawrence Saxon, and Keith Umamoto. And I also want to just on the side say congratulations to our own Sandra Lowe, who was elected as a city council member to the Sonoma City Council. We also want to let you know that we did vote to approve the creation of a disabilities caucus, and I want to give a shout out to our DNC member, Christine Pelosi, for helping to work on that. I want to let you know from the Poverty Council, we are working to pass HR 4496, which is Maxine Waters' Ending Homelessness Act of 2021, to help the 580,000 people who are homeless across the country. And we also celebrated the passage of the St. Paul and Minneapolis rent control measures in Minnesota, as well as the election of Michelle Wu, first AAPI mayor in Boston, who is a Democrat and also very supportive of rent control in Boston and in Massachusetts. The DNC worked very hard on the infrastructure bill, which, as you know, helps to build our roads and bridges. We'll also replace over half of our lead pipes throughout the country, which for me as a mom is very, very important. The House just recently passed the Build Back Better bill, and a huge thank you to Speaker Nancy Pelosi for that, which expands rental assistance, expands access to home care for seniors and people with disabilities, has money for climate change. We know it does not go far enough on climate change, and then paid leave and universal pre-K. So let's get this passed in the Senate. I know that the staff is going to put in there a link to the Build Back Better talking points so that you can help convince people to call their US senators to get this passed. Our National Democratic Redistricting Committee, which is chaired by Eric Holder, is working very hard to address gerrymandering across the United States, as well as to get fair maps across the country. In Wisconsin, the GOP legislature basically gerrymandered all of their state districts, and it has like a 4-district majority in a state that's very purple, and the Democratic governor, Tom Evers, vetoed that redistricting map on Friday. So that the GOP doesn't have enough to override that veto, so that those maps will actually go to the courts, and we'll be kind of fighting that out in the courts to try to get fair maps in Wisconsin, which, as many of you know, is a swing district. I also want to call attention just really quickly as a last point to the 40th district, congressional district here in California. That is represented by Lucille Roybal Allard, and that is our large registration of Latinos in the state of California in that congressional district. And that district has been chopped into thirds. So I know that a lot of folks are paying attention to this, but I just think that as Democrats, we really should be advocating to keep that particular district intact and to advocate for for voters in the Latino community. And I will hand the rest of this over to my colleague, Lawrence Saxon.
So good afternoon, Democrats. I know this has been a long day and I'm not going to add much because Susie's done a great job. I do want to say that the Democratic National Committee has taken the loss in Virginia as a wake-up call. We need to better message our accomplishments, focus on kitchen table issues, call out the GOP on being an obstacle to delivering for the American people, and focus a little bit less on Trump. The Democratic National Committee has started doing that, including the 1119 statement by Chair Harrison. If you're interested in that, I'm happy to share that with you. And one last thing, I'm proud as the secretary of the DNC's LGBT caucus to say that we're adding Q to our name. So thank you very much.
All right, and with that, thank you to our great DNC members, Lawrence and Susie, for that great report. We'll move to our caucus chairs, and our Veterans Caucus Chair, Ron Cohen, will provide the report.
Thank you, Rusty. I appreciate that. Well, there's 19 caucuses, and there was a lot of activity this week. The Black Caucus began focusing on the 22 agenda and continued its fight for quality education for African-American students. The Arab American Caucus reported their efforts to change the party's literature, the resolutions, the legislations, the platform, and to express the sentiment of the Arab American of having fair and realistic portrait of Arabs, Muslims, and Middle Easterns. They also hosted a panel who spoke about immigration and surveillance, two issues that are of high concern to Californians in light of privacy and human rights. In the Asian Pacific Islander Caucus, they had a discussion regarding the API equity budget with the API Legislative Caucus Chair, Senator Pan. The caucus then had a discussion regarding the climate of hostility facing the AAPI public officials with special guest Attorney General Bonta and Las Gotas Mayor Sayok and Irvine Vice Mayor Kim. In the Business and Professional Caucus, the keynote speaker was Red Buttle, who spoke about the impact of the American Rescue Plan and the infrastructure plan on small businesses. They also had speakers on financial issues facing businesses in California, an update on COVID regulations as we come out of the pandemic, cybersecurity for business, and more. Committees also reported on the platform, communications, and updated information on Northern California businesses. In the Chicano Latino Caucus, the caucus held a panel discussion on redistricting. Yolo County Supervisorial District 5 was studied as a model of an attempt to dismantle a Latino performing district and how we stopped the process. They reviewed examples of polarized voting and population growth in Yolo. Though Latinos account for 60% of the population of growth of California since 2020, there's been an attempt to eliminate Congressman Allard's seat. We also heard from Father Goyoy, the champion of the migrants in New Mexico. In the Computer and Internet Caucus, we discussed about countering disinformation online, digital equity, cybersecurity, and tech tools for democratic organizing. In the Disabilities Caucus, we discovered the recent legislation passed by the state and federal government and talked about addressing bullying in schools and wheelchairs on airplanes. In the Children's and Environmental Caucus, they held a joint meeting that focused on many issues dealing with climate. Some topics discussed were the Green New Deal to the California Public Schools and DNC Climate Crisis Council Chair on Build Back Better. Presenters were Senator David Min and Mike McGuire. In the Filipino American Caucus, the Filipino Caucus discussed our upcoming candidate boot camp and mentorship program and hosted a panel on ethical studies and critical race theory. In the Irish American Caucus, the caucus discussed the threat of Brexit to peace in the north of Ireland. In response to this threat, the caucus agreed to submit testimony to the Platform Committee encouraging support for the protection of the Good Friday Agreement. In the Labor Caucus, they updated on the passage of the infrastructure bill. And they also heard from CNA in regard to AB 1400 and from CTA as to the many threats coming down the pipeline for public sector workers, as well as the frontline fights happening with workers at Kaiser and the Central Valley. And as always, we were joined by some of our labor champions in the legislature. In the LGBTQ caucus, they focused on Trans Awareness Day and the Transgender Day of Remembrance and trans issues, and Representative Ro Khanna gave a detailed overview of the Build Back Better framework and how it will improve the LGBTQ American lives. In the Progressive Caucus, the caucus engaged in a robust discussion regarding the failure of the party to publicly advocate for AB 1400, given that it was endorsed by the party and must pass the legislature in January. Caucus members questioned whether the lack of support is influenced by $2.8 million of medical industry contributions. In the Rural Caucus, the caucus meeting was packed with information on current reservoir conditions, redistricting, next steps on implementing broadband for all, and concerns about the extended wildfire season, especially in the southern part of the state. The caucus received the firsthand account of COP26 climate conference from our own Lieutenant Governor, and we conducted a live SWOT analysis. In the Senior Caucus, the caucus did an in-depth dive into the real threats to the viability of Medicare because of the ever-escalating privatization of health insurance corporations and the concurrent explosion of false and misleading advertising. Additionally, we applaud the improvements that were included in the Build Back Better bill that had a positive impact in many areas. In my own Veterans Caucus, we hosted a candidate forum with 20 candidates speaking. The keynote speaker, Malia Cohen, was great, and we had excellent videos from Congressman Waters, Senator Padilla, and Congressman Mike Levin. Finally, in the Women's Caucus, Senators Alex Padilla and Congressmember Maxine Waters paid tribute to an outstanding panel saluting women veterans. The conversation included food, insecurity, sexual harassment, and homelessness. We also completed a poll on vaccination, where 90% of the members support vaccination of all ages. Finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't say we appreciate all the assistance we received from the CDP staff. You helped make us successful. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that great and comprehensive report. Two additional notes. One is Stephen Olari raised one additional great Democrat who is no longer with us and should have been a part of our program, but that was former state senator and assembly member Betty Carnett of Long Beach. So we will include her, as was an active member of this party for a long time. So we will include her in the in memoriam. And Henny Kelly raised the point that the regional directors should be a part of the party leader remarks. And so in the future executive board meetings, we'll add that going forward. Our next meeting will be February the 20th, Sunday, February the 20th at 10 a.m. Formal notice and agenda and registration opportunity will be available shortly. That will be virtual, and then we'll be back in for hopefully an in-person convention on March the 3rd through the 6th. I know I said the 4th yesterday, but it is the 3rd through the 6th here in Los Angeles. And with that, the business of our meeting has concluded. Without objection, we are adjourned.